but I didn't these brain inspired ones. I've watched some of these, and the last one I didn't watch before, so I didn't like. I know there's another one from Brain Inspired. That guy who he interviewed Kelty Steven, he interviewed Luis Favela, he interviewed uh what's his name, Vicente Raja, right? In the last one there, I haven't watched this last one. I didn't even know this one existed till I just looked it up now and I saw it. So it looks like that's more of a debate. It has Vicente Raja and Luis Favela, and I guess the other two guys are the neuroscientist guys.
How should neuroscience integrate with ecological psychology? Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we should watch that one.
All right. We'll get in here.
Just 1 second.
Dude, who is this guy?
Wait. Can you pause it real quick?
Oh, no, I'm looking in the general chat.
Uh,
This guy says this guy says you're 40 years old.
me?
Yeah.
That's wild. Uh, yeah, I'm 23, bro. So
uh,
I don't know what he's talking about. 30
I'm
year
the
olds.
I'm the only one hip with the age apparently.
Okay, there. Here we go.
Brain inspired.
Yeah, I thought the other ones he did with the other ecological psychology guys, like the other interviews were pretty interesting. Like he got into like little debate with them. Like he didn't really understand. Like, whoa, what's the fucking ecological? These guys are kind of like weird, you know?
I see. So I guess this guy's like more traditional, brain
Yeah,
inspired.
100.
He's very
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah.
obviously.
Okay. This will be interesting.
I think he brought another neuroscientist like on his side along. Vicente Raja and Luis Favela are neuroscientists, but like they're ecological psychologist guys, so they have a totally different view of like what we're even doing when we're studying the brain.
I see. So it's ecological psychologists who are familiar with neuroscience and what we should be doing,
Mhm.
and then the other side is like just like neuroscientists.
Yeah, like cognitive neuroscientists.
Okay, yeah, this should be interesting.
What's really powerful about these concepts, like
Okay, oh
affordance,
yeah, I gotta expand video to play it. Started from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
what's really powerful about these concepts, like affordance, perceptual system, organism environment system, is that they sort of reorient you as you try to understand the phenomenon. And if you just use them as a buzzword, like if you don't use the concept of affordance to sort of tie the organism and the environment together, but just, I don't know, talk about
Brain
affordance
inspired.
representations, you've
This guy's
lost an
whole brand is
opportunity
based
to
on
use these
like in
resources to help
reductionism.
you do better in your explanations.
Oh man.
Okay, I mean, I
Did you
fuck
kind
with
of
that
see
what that guy
that?
said. I
Yeah,
fuck
did you see
with
that?
see what?
I don't know, like it seems like he was calling out like truisms of some kind right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rewind it because we talked over him. Um, but like I was fucking with what he was saying. I don't recognize this guy.
What's really
I recognize
powerful
the other
about these
two.
concepts,
Like
Yeah.
the brain. Can you pause it? The brain inspired guy is the bald guy, and I recognize the other two, the long haired guy. Well, there's two bald guys actually, but the completely bald guy.
Mm.
The bald and skinny, the skinny bald guy is the brain inspired guy. It's his channel, and then the long haired guy, he's Vicente Raja. He's a researcher in Spain, an ecological psychology researcher in Spain, and um, there's um, there's Luis Favela. Uh, he's in the United States, even though his name's Luis Favela, but
Mm.
he's the fat bald guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who this is though. I'm guessing he's an ecological psychologist, and I don't know if he's saying stuff like this.
Yeah, right.
But I don't recognize him. I don't know who he is.
Well, I guess we'll figure it out.
Does
what's
the title say
really
like who it
powerful
is?
about these concepts,
I can check the. It's probably in the description. I can probably check that.
Yeah, let me see. Pause it for a second. So I'm checking it right now.
Luis Favela, Vicente
And
Raja.
Matthieu de Wit. De Wit. Oh yeah, I De Wit. I recognize the name De Wit, like in citations or whatever I've seen before.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Let's go do it.
affordance, perceptual system,
But I've never seen him before. So,
Hmm.
organism environment system,
oh, am I the host now?
is that they sort of
I guess I'm the host.
reorient
All right. No, I can pause it.
you
It's going right
as
now.
you try to understand the
That's weird because I paused the video just now.
It's not paused for me.
Bruh.
I'm at 31 seconds.
really powerful about these
I guess we gotta. I guess I'll just leave and then come back.
Are you guys seeing the one I'm playing at 32 seconds? 31
I'm the
seconds.
host now.
No, we's the host.
So I don't know why I'm able to play it. Okay, maybe I should leave then. And come
Sakura, can you just stream it?
I guess.
No,
I don't know.
I don't know how this works.
no, just edit it together. Everybody exit, and then let's start a new one because it's glitching out.
I guess we got
We
all three of us
exit
did
the
too
watch
much.
together. Ray. There you go.
We like did too much. Pausing and rewinding like every 5 seconds. Broke it.
I was just giving the context of who the fuck these guys were.
E. Okay.
Yee.
All right. Is everyone
Are
here?
they the new generation of
Oh,
turtles?
it looks like this guy's about to get gangbanged or something, bro. You
The
got three
fuck?
ecological psychologist guys. Look at them. Look at all of them smiling. The guy in the fucking bottom right corner is just like looking up at the guy on like the guy on the top left corner is the cognitive neuroscientist guy, right?
Oh, dang. So wait, everyone else is ecological psychologists? The
It
research?
seems like it. Seems
Oh
like it.
man. Oh man. This guy's about to get cooked.
So
what's really powerful about these concepts, like affordance, perceptual system, organism environment system, is that they sort of reorient you as you try to understand the phenomenon. And if you just use them as a buzzword, like if you don't use the concept of affordance to sort of tie the organism and the environment together, but just talk about affordance representations, you've lost an opportunity.
yeah.
Affordance representations, yeah, like People just like
Yeah, like
bastardizing it.
affordances as representation. Like, yeah, no, people, but actually, people have done that. Like, it's
Yeah,
crazy. Totally bastardizing the concept. Like,
yeah.
computationalists have adopted it. Just like totally bastardizing it, like treating affordances as some like neural representation or pattern of brain activity or whatever.
Yeah,
Finally, we found meaning in constructing affordances.
yeah. We found the sensation. It's in the affordance, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
to
funny.
help you do better in your explanations.
I see what Matthieu's doing, what Vicente's doing, hopefully what I'm doing as being ecological neuroscience in the sense of maintaining the principles of ecological psychology. So affordances qua Gibsonian ecological psychology, not just affordances qua anything that affords, doing things in the world.
Oh shit.
There are some properties of the environment that are
Can you
meaningful for organism.
to what
Uh,
Luis was saying? Can you rewind to what Luis Favela was saying? Because I accidentally turned off my screen. I didn't hear.
Explanations.
Yeah.
I see what Matthieu's doing, what Vicente's doing, hopefully what I'm doing as being ecological neuroscience in the sense of maintaining the principles
What
of
the hell?
ecological psychology. So affordances qua Gibsonian ecological psychology, not just affordances qua anything that affords, doing things in
Can
the
you hear
world.
it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
there
Okay.
are some properties of the environment that are meaningful for organism that are specified by stimulus information. Therefore, you don't need to appeal to mental powers to deal with them. That's the cool thing, and that's what you miss if you take affordance
Stimulus
seriously and
information,
deal with
not stimulus.
ecological info and
Hmm.
the organism environment scale.
I'm all about pluralism. I'm all about pragmatics. But some fights I want to win. And some fights I want to win because I want to say that I'm on the side of reality.
This is Brain Inspired, powered by The Transmitter. How does brain activity explain your perceptions and actions? That's what
It
Neuroscience
doesn't.
asks. How
No, it
does the
doesn't.
interaction
No, it
between
doesn't.
brain, body, and
Like, come on,
environment
bro. Like from the very beginning, neuroscience. That's not
Confounding
what
brain.
neuroscience studies, bro. That's not what neuroscience explains. Right? It
It's like,
explains
yeah.
literally the metabolism of neurons. That's all it fucking cares about. Because neurons don't care about your fucking perception. They don't care about your environment. They care about their environment, their metabolism. You know?
Neurons don't care about your feelings.
Yeah. Oh man, but you
Dude,
see
it's
where this
like
guy.
it's like
Yeah,
oh dude, it's like what
neuroscience.
it's the exact same as what Randians say about like politics, where
Yeah,
it's like they just like smuggled the
rewind like
question.
10 seconds. Yeah, exactly. They smuggled it in. Rewind like 10 seconds to what he said again.
I think this is it.
asks. How does the interaction
Oh no, let's go back more. There.
How does brain activity explain your perceptions and actions? Asks. How does the interaction between brain, body, and environment explain your perceptions and actions? That's what ecological
How does culinary
psychologists
explain
ask.
building
Sometimes
motorcycles?
leaving
I
the
don't know if
brain
That's
body
what
that's
concept
ecological
altogether.
psychologist
These
asks.
different
oh
Wow.
man, he doesn't even understand that. It's just like
No, you see how he's like talking about like, oh yeah, neuroscience studies how brain activity explains perception and action. Like you see how he's using perception and action, like.
oh yeah, he's like trying to like he's trying to be like, oh yeah, they're like equivocal with me. He's like trying to like paint it that way.
Also, they're a separate thing from each other.
I
No,
mean, yeah,
he's saying
it's like
it because he's borrowing that from ecopsych.
Uh,
Like ecopsych emphasize perception. Ecopsych people, they emphasize perception and action. You know,
yeah, it's like what you say
perception and
about
action.
borrowed realism. Like he just like stole that.
Yeah, he totally just stole that.
and action come with different terms, concepts, underlying assumptions, and targets of explanation. So, what happens when scientists working in one field are inspired by and start to use the same terms as a different field? This happens all the time, like how AI was quote unquote inspired by the most rudimentary understanding of how brains work and started taking the terms
That's
from
not fucking
neuroscience.
That's
true.
not. I don't even think
That's
that's.
not
Yeah.
fucking true.
Like, what is AI
No,
for?
that's
What are
literally
machines
not true.
for? Yeah, it's
No,
definitely
what
not.
he means by rudimentary understanding of how brains work, he's talking about neural networks, which are like
Oh,
have nothing to do with like anything neural. Like it's literally, the McCulloch-Pitts like neuron,
Well,
like the
he's
completely
saying
formal neuron. Like
he's
it's not
saying
a
a
neuron.
rudimentary.
It's just a
He's
purely formal object, right? That then they make these
I
computational like structures out of it.
I want to say something. He's saying rudimentary. I think he like also recognizes that the neural networks are using a reductionist model of the brain.
Yeah, but it has literally nothing. It tells you nothing about how the brain works. He's saying a rudimentary
Yeah,
understanding of how
exactly.
the brain works. It literally tells you absolutely nothing about how the brain works. But that's where AI came from. That's what he's saying. So he's just like
Exactly.
totally smuggling that
Uh,
in.
I think what he wants to say is a reductionistic understanding of the brain.
Oh, it's not even nothing. No understanding of the brain. It's
that's
understanding of
interesting,
neural
Yeah,
actually.
networks,
That's
which
interesting,
yeah.
aren't even
actually.
neural.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, that's interesting, actually,
understanding
because it just gave me.
of like like the neurons, which are just purely formal objects, which have no like even like nothing at all in common with actual neurons, and like literally everything about neurons, like their material dynamical details, everything about them, their biological detail has all been just subtracted away, erased completely.
Yeah, I think he somewhat integrates this, but like he doesn't have the full grasp on ecological psychology on this topic.
I don't
No,
know
I
how he's
mean
gonna
he's a
do that.
cognitivist. He's a cognitivist. Like he really doesn't. Like he'll have these ecological psychology guys on, and they'll talk about this and that, and then he'll just like steal the terms. He'll just start stealing the terms. Like, oh, that sounds cool. Like, maybe let me start using that term in a totally different way.
He's
Because
like,
I don't have any I don't have any actual like
I think
evidentiary support for anything I'm saying. It's all just mystical, really. Like it's all mystical garbage. You know, like
I
literally
can
everything he's
imagine.
saying
not.
right now, everything
He,
he's saying right now is all mystical garbage because he literally just said that neuroscience explains perception and action by looking at brain activity when all the neuroscientists actually does
I think
is neurons.
these ecological psychology guys, they should have hammered in on the physical relation and like local causality here, because what he's doing is just parroting.
Whatever, they're gonna get into it probably.
Well, no, I mean,
He's just
he's just like
Maybe.
rationalizing it. He's just like
he's just
rationalizing
giving
it.
he's just giving his intro here, his
He's just like,
introduction
okay,
here.
how can in the face of like ecological psychology, like how do I save this? Like how do I save my understanding of like
My
like
brain
everything?
centered view, though.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
do I salvage it?
Neuron, neural network, and so on as
Is it?
stand-ins for their
Is it?
models.
Yeah, you said
And
neural
this has,
network.
in some sense, redefined what people mean by neuron and neural network and how they function and how we should think of them. So, what happens when neuroscientists are inspired
Hmm.
by ecological psychology but don't necessarily want to take on or are ignorant of the fundamental principles underlying ecological
Oh man.
psychology?
I mean, it's like, why would they be doing that, right? It's like, oh yeah,
Hey,
like, like
I want to
they
integrate.
like let me extract the value from here. It's like because like but it's like, oh no, my principles are superior, right? But it's like, if that was the case, why are you needing to borrow from ecopsych here and borrow
It's
these
just,
terms here? You know what
it's
I
like
mean?
it's just like, what if you want to just like take things from the whole, man? What if you just want to do that? Like that's
Oh
what
man,
we
there's
want to
so much
do.
sunk cost there. What can I do to salvage it?
Yeah, let me just steal from these guys, you know? Like, but no, my principles are superior, obviously.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, like I want to do what they're doing, but like I want to like half-ass it, you know? I don't want to like commit.
These days in
It's not like I don't
neuroscience,
even want to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
want to
he's
trivialize
just
what they're
stealing
doing.
terms.
You
I
Just
don't
want
want
to
to
stealing
trivialize
terms.
what they're
trivialize it.
doing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I bring them down to my level where I'm not actually doing anything.
Yeah, just new terms. New
Yeah,
ways
like
to speak
how
of
can we
things,
turn this
but
into
nothing
just
new to speak of.
like a parlor game? How can we turn this into just like
Yeah,
endless
exactly. Just some
just
academic parlor game.
yeah.
New ways to speak of things, but no new things to speak of.
And I hope Luis Favela really like drills in on that, because he has a whole like he did a whole study, like a paper, you know, talking, like interviewing a bunch of, you know, neuroscientists, cognitive neuroscientists, these people, right? What they mean by representation, and like how they even purport to even study it, and most of them would say like, oh, it's just a metaphor that you know,
I
like
mean, bro, these guys are gonna be so nice to him.
nobody's really clear to like like on what representation is, or how to find representations in the brain, or what the observables are, because they're not, you know, observables.
I mean,
They're just
yeah, like these people
entirely
are gonna
made
be
up.
nice. These people are gonna be nice to him, bro. Because like, if he's had all these conversations with these ecopsych people and he's still doing this shit, like, I'm just gonna like
You
mock
know,
you for it. Like, come on, like, come on.
now now I expect them to actually. Now they better be gangbanging him intellectually in this video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's continue, let's continue.
yeah.
science, with better data collecting tools, modern neuroscience has taken a turn toward more naturalistic experimental paradigms to study how brains operate in more ecologically valid situations than what has mostly been used in the history of neuroscience, which is highly controlled tasks and experimental setups that arguably have very little to do with how organisms evolved to interact with the world to do cognitive things. One problem with this
Arguably,
more
yes.
naturalistic turn is that we neuroscientists don't have the theoretical tools to deal with the long, constrained, massive amounts of data that the
Oh
neuroscience
man,
I wonder.
Yeah,
dude, I
exactly.
just
That's the data.
my
Yeah,
framework.
we don't have the theoretical tools, guys. You know, so it's
I
yeah,
wonder why.
it's like we've elevated the limits of our methods, right? Our insufficient methods, right? Our impoverished methods to limitations of nature itself. That's what we've done.
It's just like, I don't know,
Guys,
man.
it looks
Like,
like our scale does not map to our goals. What do we do? I think the nature is the problem. I think
Yeah, man, it's
reality is
just
the
too
problem,
complicated.
guys.
It's just
like,
too complicated, man.
yeah,
I
it's like
think they
these
just have to
ecological
examine the
Yeah.
psychologists. They
reality more
came in.
accurately. Like if they zoom in
Guys, the
into
world
like
is
the
too
atoms
rich
that
for
make up
our
the
impoverished
neurons.
theory.
These ecological
Oh
psychologist
no, what is
guys,
this?
they just like came in and they were telling me to like look at the larger
Yeah,
system, and
it's
I was just
Guys,
like,
you know,
but
it's like
dude, my
hmm,
tools, they can't account for the larger system.
guys,
yeah,
reality
it's
is
just
too
like
rich. It
why
must
don't
mean
you
it's
ask the
impoverished.
ecological psychologists about what fucking tools they use? You know?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think
So
they've been doing for the past fucking like several decades that they've been doing this shit? You know?
he's literally saying reality is too rich, must mean it's impoverished.
No, he's literally saying like that my theory is like the ecological psychologists, they have a superior theory, they have superior tools, they have superior experimental methods, right? But then he's just like trying to trivialize it, like no, you know?
Yeah,
But
like he
like, oh,
wants to
our tools are
isolate
too,
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Like we want to keep the psychology over here and the neuroscience over here and biology over
Yeah.
there. And these ecopsych guys are just like they're going all over the place.
Okay, keep going, keep going.
This has led some neuroscientists to seek those theoretical concepts elsewhere. One of those places that offers those theoretical tools is ecological psychology, developed by James and Eleanor Gibson in the mid 20th century, and continued since then by many of the adherents of the concepts introduced by ecological psychology. Those concepts are very specific with regard to how and what to explain regarding perception and action. Okay,
Yeah,
with me today,
unlike representations. Unlike the notion of representations in cognitive neuroscience. It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, we actually have, you know, unequivocal empirically like applicable concepts, right? You know, that we can actually study, right? We can actually do research with, and then it's just like like, how do you not like reflect on this and be like, oh, like
Yeah.
why aren't we doing that? You know?
Yeah. I mean, bro, it's just like sometimes it's just you kind of have to like shove it in their face, really. It's just like, you know, I mean, I hope they do it, but I don't know if they will. But like somebody just needs to be like look at what you're saying, bro. Listen to yourself. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, well, it's just like they don't even notice it because they've fallen into this like habit. Like it's just like a habit. These so-called scientists, right? Their habit is just to defer explanation, just defer it indefinitely, you know? It's just like trivialize and defer constantly. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
oh wait, what is it? Yeah, they don't even notice it because it's just like normal for them to say like, "Oh yeah, I don't know, but one day we'll know." You know, "Oh, our theories are limited, right? But one day we'll have the right theories." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just like, bro, it's like what you say about like, oh, let's go over to the neuroscience department. It's like the neuroscientists, they're over here like, oh yeah, let's go over to the ecological psychology guys and see if they have this concept called affordance representations. And it's just like, hey guys, do you have affordance representations here? And they're like, what the fuck
Like
are
this
you
is what the
talking about?
theorists have been telling me, right? And then the ego side guys are bro,
Like, bro, like, what are you talking
right,
about?
Yeah,
Come on,
son.
son,
yeah, I heard this affordances
son.
thingy. Like, so where are they representing the brain, man? Like, we gotta find that place, you know.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, like going over to the eco site guys, like, hey, where are these affordances in the brain, you know?
uh,
In my brain, I thought of banging it against the wall when I hear.
I heard that's what you guys study.
yeah, it's like so.
I,
Like,
I
what's
I
your
heard that's what you
model?
guys study, how
What's
the
your model, bro?
environment is like modeled in the brain.
Yeah, 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 bro.
I
Like
heard that's what you guys
mutuality,
study.
man. Right, bro? Like mutuality.
Okay, continue.
an associate professor at Muhlenberg College in Pennsylvania, who runs the Econ Lab, as in ecological neuroscience. Luis Favela is an associate professor at Indiana University. He's been on before to talk about his book, The Ecological Brain. And Vicente Raja is a research fellow at the University of Murcia in Spain, and he's been on before to talk about ecological psychology and neuroscience. With their deep expertise in ecological psychology, these three people are keenly interested in how neuroscience writ large adopts various facets of ecological psychology. Do
Adults.
neuroscientists have it right? Do they need to have it right? Is there something being lost in translation? How should neuroscientists adopt ecological psychology for an ecological neuroscience? So that is what we are discussing today. More
I think
simply, or
everything is being
more broadly,
lost
this
here
is also
Yeah.
because there's nothing to talk about.
The ecological neuroscience. Okay, so how does the okay? Where you gotta find where the neuron models the world.
Well, no, ecological
No, no, no.
neuroscience is like a different.
No, they're gonna explain
It's
what they mean by ecological neuroscience. They're like real
But,
ecological psychologist guys, you know?
yeah.
Guys,
I don't. Okay, that photo that was the
what
representation. Never mind.
what culinary book do I buy to be able to build motorcycles?
I don't know what that joke
That's
is
what
was.
they're asking.
Okay,
Because it's
continue the video.
Yeah.
Play the video.
A story
they have
about what it's
incompatible
like doing
goals.
research that is not part of the current mainstream approach. In this case, being an ecological psychology minded person or adherent, working in the heavy, deep, long shadow cast by the computational, mechanistic, neurocentric, dominant paradigm in neuroscience currently. Okay, a little bit long winded there, but I wanted to set up the discussion. You can find more about Luis, Matthieu, and Vicente in the show notes at braininspired.co/podcast.
Bro, like I'm not gonna lie, like we could have done better without that. Like that was, I don't know. But like,
Just play it, bro, for fuck's sake.
242. At braininspired.co, you can also learn how to support Brain Inspired through Patreon to get access to the full archive of all episodes and listen to the full length of all the episodes and so on. Thank you to my Patreon supporters as always. I hope you enjoy our discussion. Okay, Matthieu, Vicente, Louis. So we have two veterans of the podcast, friends of the show, if you will. And Matthieu, you're new to this, so we're glad to have you. Nice to see you all here. So I cannot tell you how frequently I have heard neuroscientists recently on my podcast and off. Even one of my old dissertation, someone on my
This was 5
dissertation
months ago.
committee. I visited her. She is retired, and she's like single neuron computational background, and she's like, I love Gibson. And then so a lot of neuroscientists have been singing the praise of
oh yeah.
Gibson and ecological psychology. The term affordances will loom large in our discussion today because like everybody seems to be dropping affordances. Part of that is because of the silo I've created for myself, but I just hear it out in the wild in the neurosciences as well. And there's recently this big Simons Foundation grant to do what is being called ecological neuroscience. And so I have here 3 ecological psychology experts who have interests, have written about neuroscience as well, because the brain, as we know, has been sort of ignored, and you've all written about this, been ignored in ecological psychology for a long time. I mean, I actually have a physical copy of Louis' book here, but Vicente and Matthieu have written about this, and Matthieu runs a sort. Do you call it ecological neuroscience, Matthieu, in your lab?
Yep. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
So
I think he's I think he's exaggerating. Vicente and Luis and these guys, they've talked about, they haven't really said that like ecological psychology has ignored neuroscience. They've said that some people have like, but like they've talked about how like it's for a good reason that ecological psychology places the emphasis, the amount of emphasis that it does on the brain, right?
Yeah, I mean it's really, I mean it's
Or
interesting
yeah.
really to see how like where development on like what the brain is to ecological psychologists, that kind of development has come later on, and I think that kind of shows kind of
Yeah,
the
but I don't think
the
I
amount of importance we place on it.
all of these guys they don't really like take into account too much like the thermodynamic stuff. You know, I haven't really seen them talk about it at all, really. So, and that's like where like I'm like, okay, guys, you know, what are you guys even doing? You
Of the
know what I
brain.
mean? Yeah, like yeah, you know what I mean? Because that's when I understand like already just like when we're trying to understand why brain, why brain,
Yeah.
why do we have this thing, right? What is it for? Right, we go to thermodynamics first and foremost, right, to explain it,
I mean,
to
yeah, I
answer
remember
that
you said
question.
it was another like dissipative structure. Like, is
Yeah.
it like it's like it dissipates a lot of potentials,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, I mean, we just like a macroscopic organism, right, needs to dissipate, I mean, it needs to balance its entropy production, right, in order to be a macroscopic organism that is able to live and move around in the macroscopic world. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And like, there's just this opportunity, right, for a dissipative structure like the brain, right, atop a moving body, right, in a skull, a
Mm.
porous skull, movable, like it's just like it's a prime location for something like the brain, and it's
Yeah, and it's
like
like the brain is like
without the
open.
brain,
It's not
without the
closed.
brain, the organism would have to have some other way of dissipating that amount of energy. It's just that's just the most of like efficient way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so basically the brain was the most efficient way to deal with all of that entropy production.
Yeah, yeah. Deal with that thermodynamic problem. Yeah.
All things surrounding this maybe rise in a bent toward ecological psychology in the neurosciences, and sort of from the ecological psychology expertise perspective. But first, how do you guys know each other? You
It's
both
like we don't
papers
the
together.
point is, right? I mean, we don't look to the brain. We don't look inside the organism for the source of control or coordination, right, of an organism's behavior,
Mm.
right? We look to the environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when we like ask the question of like what living systems have to do in order to
Yeah, if you look
uh
at Turvey's paper on multifractal tensegrity structure, right, like of the body and like the brain and everything, like he explains it there. It's like we explain sort of the physiology of an organism, of the body and stuff, as a system that's maintained far from equilibrium, right? Like a tensegrity structure, right? It's maintained under constant tension,
hmm.
right?
Yeah,
It's the
and it's like a
structure is
balancing
dependent
act.
on it's dependent on the flow of energy through it, right?
Hmm.
So that's how we understand, right? Like even the physiology of the organism, we understand it with reference to, the whole system, the organism environment system, right? Because I mean, you wouldn't be able to understand it otherwise, right? Because like
Yeah, it helps you
it's like
understand
it's like a
why.
whirlpool in the middle of a flowing river. You know what I mean? You can't understand why the whirlpool is structured the way it is without looking at the whole flow of the river. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like it gives you why does this organism look this way and have these kind of like organs as opposed to any other? It's like
Right, and
what
but
they
how is
needed
it
to
also
deal
like
with.
maintaining its structure far from
Yeah.
equilibrium, through
Mm.
the process of metabolism, right? Metabolism and repair.
Hmm.
And have
But
come
yeah,
across each other in some form or fashion. Louis, do you want to start with just what the relationship is between you three?
and it's just like
Yeah.
like
So thanks.
without that, it's like these ecological neuroscientist guys, Vicente Raja, Luis Favela, and some other people,
Yeah, they're
right?
like missing something,
They
yeah.
they're already abstracting away from that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I see in their work, they're already abstracting away from that stuff.
Yeah. Cause I mean, yeah, I mean, thermodynamics, it's definitely very important whenever you're trying to explain anything.
Hmm.
So it's like you could never, ever, 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 ever take it for granted.
Yep.
Paul for having us on and giving us a venue to talk about what I used to think of as fringe ideas, but with your intro, it makes me think maybe it's not so
And
fringe.
then you'll notice
I
there's
think
actual
most of
people working on this stuff, like the thermodynamics of the brain, right? Like Debari, right? And the people he's been working with, like, are an entirely separate like group of people who've just been working on the physics of self-organization and like working with condipity and uh
Nice. Yeah.
like yeah. Like Benjamin Debari especially, he's been doing some really cool work on like electric chemical dissipative structures, right? And how they self-organize. Really a lot like neurons look like tree structures. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And he
I
talks
wonder
about the
if this
physics of
guy.
it. You know, the four. Like he talks about like the physics, like all the way back to Kugler and Turvey. You know, they talk about the force, flow, reciprocity, and like how that all works. You know. Yeah, Dabari. Like
Does Dabari ever do
search it up in the chat. I've linked, like I put a bunch of Dabari's papers. Like if
this
you
guy is not.
D
Yeah.
D E space Bari Bari.
Oh. Wait. Dabari.
Yeah.
Here's all the stuff.
And so that's what I look to. That stuff and like the multifractal tensegrity stuff, right? The
For the
the
brain.
biotensegrity stuff that Kelty Stephen works on a lot too, right? Kelty Stephen works on a lot too. But like all of that stuff is like what I would actually look to, you know, for explaining the brain, right? Its structure and function, right?
Yeah. I was checking if this brain inspired guy. I don't know if Dabari does any kind of interviews or debates or anything, but
I know Kelty Stephen does. He's done an interview with this brain inspired guy, Kelty Stephen.
well, maybe if we have time, we could watch that, or we could watch it some other time.
Let's finish this. Let's go through
I
this.
might have to move on because I only do fringe things. But yeah, so I met Vicente in grad school. So we both went to University of Cincinnati for grad school, and I met him there, and we both had the same primary advisor, Tony Chimero. So we were both definitely corrupted by the ecological psychologists and the
Their
dynamicists and
advisor
everything
was
else with
was
the ecological
Camaro.
system.
Yeah. I mean, Camaro.
Yeah, I mean his whole thing is like radical embodied cognitive neuroscience or whatever.
So yeah, these guys. I guess it makes sense why they wouldn't really take into account thermodynamics as much.
Yeah, Camaro doesn't.
And then
What does
Matthieu I came
radical mean
across.
in that phrase? It does mean even more of the same, or what?
I mean, it's just I don't know, just a name.
Sounds like a lot more of the same thing that leads to the same incommensurable problems.
Yeah.
Just continue, bro. The video.
Articles that he
We
was
barely even.
writing about ecological neuroscience, and he guest edited an issue on Gibsonian neuroscience for the journal Ecological Psychology, and I was like, that's a guy that I need to get to know. And so I believe we corresponded by email, and we met at conferences and got to know each other there. So that's how I view the intersection.
Yeah, it's kind of that. When I arrived in Cincinnati in 2014, during my first year, I think was Louis last year, and
Oh, and
I basically
also
had the
that
same
that one
advisor.
paper that was in that special issue in the the Ecological Psychology journal on what would a Gibsonian neuroscience look like or something. I think it was titled the special issue was titled something like that. But there was another paper by Full Tote and Turvey too. Like was there's like Full Tote, Corello, Turvey, like a bunch of people were. But this paper actually actually like accounts for the thermodynamic stuff like really well. What are nervous systems for, right?
Irby did one on neuroscience.
Yeah, that paper. What are nervous systems for?
I don't know if I have that.
One second. Don't unpause the video. Let me get. Um, Here's the special issue. The paper's in there. what are nervous systems for? Yeah, Full Tilt 2019. Full Tilt et al. 2019. What are nervous systems for? They talk about the fourth law and everything in there.
Sick.
Yeah, it's a really great paper. So that like add that along the papers that I was mentioning earlier, like Dabari, Turvey's stuff on multifractal tensegrity, uh, and yeah, Full Tilt here. Full Tilt has several other like works too, but like Full Tilt here on that, and some of the other papers in this special issue too are good.
All right.
Interest.
Yeah, also
Well,
Kelso.
that's
Yeah, I almost forgot. Scott Kelso. Scott Kelso has decades of work on, synergies, coordinative structures. And he's like he's at the University of Miami, uh where he's like in the neuroscience department or like something like that. But yeah, he's like one of the OGs, right? So he's definitely like he includes a lot of stuff on like the non-equilibrium thermodynamics and like that kind of stuff. Scott Kelso, yeah, especially he has a lot of work over the decades on this stuff. So he's like one of the OGs who used to write like papers with Turvey. He wrote this paper from Turvey. He wrote this paper with Turvey called "Coordinative Structures as Dissipative Structures." Right. So he's very in tune with that, like the dissipative structure stuff. Right. Uh.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. In there you'll also find 2022 search for an alternative to computer metaphor mind and brain. Kelty, Stephen, and Dabari, I think they had a paper together in here, which was really good. um yeah, but it's talking about like the brain as a dissipative structure yeah, and they get that from
The
Scott
Kelso
Kelso and
one.
Turvey's work.
Yeah, the
Yeah, they
Kelso
get that
one with
from Scott
Turvey is in
Kelso.
here as well. In the
No,
special
no.
issue.
No, that's in Turvey's. That's in the like collection of Turvey's papers. You'll find that in there. Like
All
the
right.
papers with him, and you can find that in here. But there's some Kelso papers in there too. In the other one, in the Gibsonian neuroscience one. But yeah, yeah, there's some really good papers. The 2022 search for alternative to a computer metaphor of mind and brain, like the paper by Kelty Stephen and the paper by Dabari, are both really good. I think they're different papers, but they're both really good.
All right.
Dabari has continued the work, like really like rigorously talking about the brain as a dissipative structure, and talking about electrochemical dissipative structures, right?
together in some ways, and also he helped me a lot. I was a first year grad student coming from Spain to the US, so he helped me a lot to navigate the travels of US grad school and US life.
So I mean, with all that, just to be clear, the claim that ecological psychologists have ignored the brain, ignored neuroscience is just false, right? It's just that we've
Yeah.
actually taken it seriously, you know? Like you see the entire history going, like Scott Kelso has literally been working on this stuff since the fucking like the early 80s, like since the 70s really. Scott Kelso has been working on this stuff, right? uh
Yeah.
so
It's like it's not like we've been saying it's like useless or anything. Like we've definitely been
yeah,
working on it.
and I don't know, you never see I don't know how much you ever really see uh Vicente Raja or Luis Favela or these guys like actually cite, Kelso.
Mm.
Well, of all people, they don't cite Kelso. They don't cite like I don't know, like Dabari. He cites Kelso and Turvey. right? Fulto, he cites, well, that paper was with Turvey. He's really in tune with Turvey's stuff and all that, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. Suspicious.
Yeah, it's suspicious. That's what I'm saying,
I met.
right?
I'm not completely sure exactly when. Was ICPA 2019? Was earlier than that? Something like that, right?
I think 2019 at ICPA in the Netherlands. It's pretty sure
ICPA.
that that's when it
He's
was.
talking about the international
ICPA is
uh international conference of perception action or something like that.
the International Conference for Perception and Action, which is kind of the main ecological
Yeah.
psychology conference. It was in the Netherlands, and we met there, and of course we shared interest for the neurosciences and the brain and that stuff. And yeah, after that we have written things together, and yeah, we have remained in contact during all these years.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, other than that I'm really excited, that we sort of have this community within ecological psychology of people that are really excited about trying to think through what it might mean to do, ecological neuroscience.
Well, it's interesting that you just phrased it as, in that symposium, ecological psychologists trying to think about how to integrate neuroscience into ecological psychology. But like that grant that I just mentioned is a bunch of neuroscientists sort of being inspired by ecological psychology. And so as an
Yes,
neuroscientist myself, I've
you
often
see what it is? Like
Oh,
we're gonna waste our time. Give us money.
dude. Yeah,
Don't you
it's
want to give
exactly
us
what we were
money?
doing yesterday, man, with the freaking grants. Oh, yeah, it's just like, oh, government, please, we'll waste the ecological psychologist time, but just give us a grant, please.
We'll waste more of your time than the other guy, I promise.
complained about like the world of artificial intelligence taking on terminology from neuroscience, like calling their artificial units neurons, things like that, and it sort of takes the reality of the brain into this abstract space, and it's almost like co-opting words that sound cool to make the only like the research that you're doing sound like it's like really like a brain when it's not at all. And so
Ironic.
When it's
What?
not. When it's
What?
not.
What? Wait.
Yeah,
What did he
yeah.
even just say, bro?
Rewind that.
What?
complained
Rewind that.
about like
That's
the
quite
world of
ironic.
artificial
No,
intelligence taking on
well, he's being
terminology
honest
from
here.
neuroscience,
He's
like
like, oh yeah, I
calling their
can't lie in
artificial
front of these
units
guys. They know
neurons,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
and it sort of
I
takes
can't
the
feign like I'm actually studying the brain in front of these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just like, oh yeah, we're just studying like nonsense. We're just like taking stuff from you, bro. Like, hope you don't mind.
of the brain into this abstract space, and it's almost like co-opting words that sound
No,
cool to make
rewind to like when he started talking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just
you just phrased it as, in that symposium, ecological psychologists trying to think about how to integrate neuroscience into ecological psychology. But like that grant that I just mentioned is a bunch of neuroscientists sort of being inspired by ecological psychology. And so as a neuroscientist myself, I've often complained about like the world of artificial intelligence taking on terminology from neuroscience, like calling their artificial units neurons, things like that, and it sort of takes the reality of the brain into this abstract space, and it's almost like co-opting words that sound cool to make
Mhm.
the only like the research that you're doing sound like it's like really like a brain when it's not at all. And so part of what
he
we want to
understands.
discuss is like
He says he complains about that. He's complaining about that, but like remember the start of the video, he was like,
He's doing
you know,
that.
he was saying that a rudimentary understanding of how the brain works, right, is what led to like AI and stuff, bro. You know, was
Yeah.
like the start, the basis of AI, bro. But when what he's talking about is just like so quote unquote neurons and quote unquote neural networks, which are literally have nothing to do with actual neurons or actual brains.
I mean, yeah, it's more like they were inspired by neurosciences, like formalisms and stuff like that.
Not even like there wasn't any formalism, you know.
I mean, they had the mapping. Is that not formalism?
I think you need to read you need to read Louis Favela's work on the history there, because he goes through the history about that. Louis Favela's book, The Ecological Brain. I've sent it before. Here we go. Yeah, you gotta look at the history to understand it. It's like just the uh the first couple of chapters. I think it's like chapter 2 or chapter 3. You know, where he starts talking about the history of neuroscience.
One, why ecological psychology? The sins of cognitivism visited upon neuroscience. Oh wait, these are these are like segments, not chapters.
Search search for pits.
It's
Yes, search for pits. And around there, where he starts talking about the Macaulay Pitts model.
I am a collect Pittsum tradition.
Yeah, like so, like whatever chapter that's part of, that's the chapter you want to read about this.
All right.
What chapter
Co-opting of
is
terms.
it? Just like to remember.
Was that?
What chapter was it?
The first references. Oh, this might just be like a preface, actually. Really.
What chapter does he give the history there?
It looks like it's chapter 3, section 3.
Okay, chapter 3. Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
Like affordances within the neurosciences, like just kind of picking and choosing what they want. And sorry, I'm being long winded, but part of the background there is that in the neurosciences, there's this turn recently, fairly recently, toward more naturalistic kinds of tasks, which lends itself well to an ecological psychology kind of perspective. But all of a sudden, you know, if you have your experimental animals behaving in these more naturalistic ways, more naturalistic environments, performing.
That's
I was
very
gonna
interesting.
say it.
Ecological
Like I didn't know that's been going on. Like it's apparently a very recent thing. Like literally like the last year or so.
Yeah.
You know that like it's become like they've been seeking more naturalists. Like they've been growing more and more naturalists. Like
Yeah.
or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't.
Just like you know how
I'm
evolutionary biology
curious. Yeah, I'm curious to
recently
see.
got into like thermodynamic stuff and like global evolution stuff. You get what I'm saying?
How what?
How evolutionary biology fairly
Oh yeah.
recently
Yeah.
like started really taking seriously like the thermodynamics of life stuff and like global evolution.
Hmm.
Does what? Are you asking about the book? Oh no, I don't really agree with much of like the like, sort of like explanatory claims in the book. But like the history that he gives is pretty good. I enjoyed it. The history in the first like 3 chapters or so in that book.
Hmm.
But I'm not too sympathetic with a lot of the explanatory claims that he makes.
Yeah, I mean, all the Camaro people are in the Cincinnati school, right?
I don't know.
Or no, that's Cincinnati's in. That's not what I'm
No,
thinking of.
they're like in the Netherlands or something.
I I don't know. They said they were at the Cincinnati
The
school.
Camaro school is like in the Netherlands or something. I don't know.
Yes, I don't know how they saw Camaro. I don't know how they had their advisor as Camaro in the
I
Cincinnati
don't know.
school. Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe it was maybe because Camaro, maybe he like I don't know, he was an advisor there or something. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, maybe for a time. I don't know.
Kinds of tasks.
But so for your
Right.
question, Necro, I like I promise you there's probably like an ecological psychology, right, like a paper on that, right? On like exhaustion. Like if you like what I would recommend, I usually recommend just searching ecological psychology. I'll type it out. Ecological psychology and then put Gibson in quotations. So it'll be like it'll only give you stuff that mentions Gibson for sure. And then you just put the topic that you're like looking for. And you'll probably find a bunch of there's papers on everything, bro. Just do like that, right? You search that on Google, you'll find some papers about it. Whatever you find, post in VC text, put it there. I'm sure you can find some in like 2 seconds, bro. Super easy. Like I've seen some similar papers, like sort of what you're asking for, and I'm pretty sure there's papers that get at exactly what you're asking about. So, post them in the chat. Just search it up right now and you'll find some.
All right. Let's continue.
Then you are bound to come across Gibson's work in ecological psychology and those sorts of endeavors. And then, oh, there's this term affordances. And even within the ecological psychology world, the term affordance is not a settled definition, for example, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit. But anyway, so I started that rant by saying it's interesting that in that symposium, you were discussing how ecological psychologists could take on neuroscience, whereas now neuroscientists are thinking, how can we take on ecological psychology? Is that
Affordance is a very
how do you
settled
guys think
concept.
about
Like,
I don't know if he's yeah, I don't know if he's referring to the relations versus dispositions debate or what.
I don't know, cause like if you look at the papers by both Turvey and Camaro, like the papers they did together, like on talking about like impredicativity, talking about Rosen's thing, right? They laid out like they used non-well-founded set theory to like graph both the relational view and the dispositional view, right? Both their views, right?
Yeah.
And they explain that like unlike the representationalists, right? Like even though there's slight disagreements here, right? We both like the concept of affordance for both of us
Is
is still
impredicative.
impredicative,
Yeah.
right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've mentioned that before, yeah.
They talk about like they say that explicitly. I forget which paper, but if you look in the collection of Turvey papers, the important Turvey collection that I posted a little bit ago, here, right here. If you look in there for the Camaro Turvey papers, right, you'll find it in there.
Hmm. Yeah, so I mean,
But yeah,
there's
again,
some
the
yeah,
big problem with the
there's
relational, the quote unquote relational view, Camaro's view, right?
right.
The Camaroan view is that these quote so-called relational affordances can't possibly structure information, right?
Mm.
Like and Andrew Wilson, notes from two psychologists, that blog website or whatever, he has an article on that, how a relational affordance can't structure uh light, right? Can't structure
Yeah.
information.
I think Vicente, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he might differ from me in that he might see more, quote unquote, I'm putting up air quotes, he might see more work that's neuroscience-y in the history of ecological psychology. People doing things like the study of tau, for example, and looking at nervous system as it correlates with things like that. So I don't see as much of a presence of neurophysiology and neuroscience in the past in ecological psychology. So I think it is a much newer thing. At least it hasn't been at this scale. But again, I don't want to speak
That's
for Vicente
false.
or Matthew.
Yeah.
It's because he has this view of what it should look like, right? And he just doesn't see the work being done by Kelso that's been done for decades and being continued by people like Dabari, right? He
I
doesn't
mean,
see
yeah,
that as
like
like
Kirby, like
neuroscience, neurophysiology, because it just has a completely reductionist, like, different view of it, you know?
mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like it doesn't fit what
Like
he wants
you
from
caught
it.
what he just said. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, it's
he's
just
basically saying
new.
it's like, yeah, it's new. It's like been neglected. We need to focus on it, whatever.
And that just means what he thinks it should look like hasn't, because nobody's done that. Nobody's done what he thinks he should look like, because it's like it has it's just totally like it's totally disconnected from what the actual like research program entails, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Not good, not good.
But they might see more neuro in the past than I have.
Yeah, when Matthieu was talking about this ecological neuroscience symposium 2019, not all reactions were good. I don't know if you remember that, but we had some heated uh, discussions on whether we should even care about the brain there, right? So, but I think the general feel was not very interested in the brain for reasons, right? But there are people that I think have been doing that. I can think of Ruth van der Bell and Audrey van der Mering, Norway, and some other people. People working with tau. There are people in Mexico doing some stuff.
Kelso, bro, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
Bro, say his name, man. Come on.
Merchant and some other people there. So, but yeah, it's true that uh,
Maybe this last guy will pull
as an
in. Maybe
ecological
he'll clutch.
psychologist, and I guess the three of us as ecological psychologists, that we're trying to talk about the brain in the ecological psychology community. The main reactions were like some of them were good, some of them were, to put it not too hard, skeptical on on the thing.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I remember very well somebody in the audience saying, like, you can have perception action without a nervous system. Why study
Yeah.
the nervous system? And
Hmm.
Vicente, I loved your answer. You said, yeah, yes, 100%. But we do have a brain, and it's doing something. I might add to that for what you said. Yeah, at the time,
And
I
how
didn't
are you
really
gonna
have.
explain what it's doing, huh? The brain's doing. Do you think it's doing anything with regards to perception action?
Yeah. What do you think? Well, how do you think you're gonna approach
First, and
this?
that's why first and foremost, you explain what the brain is doing in terms of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
And that tells you exactly what the brain is doing, and so you don't start attributing fucking magical bullshit to it. You know,
Mm.
Depending on who you would ask. I think there were a fair amount of people who were quite excited about
like I said, the brain is an organism. Well, more so, the entire like nervous like network and like uh connective tissues and stuff is like its own like kind of organism, you know. But like the tissues, individual tissues, and like, you know, operating as individual units, like are like organisms in a sense, and individual cells, right, at each level. But they have their own they have their own metabolism, they have their own organism environment, like coupling, you know, going on, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And it's like we can explain that thermodynamically, like what's like how we explain perception action at the organism, what the organism is doing, how the organism is perceiving and acting in its environment, right.
Right. It's like a
We explain
symbiotic
that
relationship.
we can explain that thermodynamically, right. We explain it exhaustively in thermodynamic terms. We can explain, yes, this gets you perception and action. Thermodynamics, the explanation at the proper scale, right, it gives you perception action, right.
Mm.
We know that, right. So if we study like the brain thermodynamically, then we're gonna understand like the scale, right, the scale at which it's like it's system uh like relationships like live, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A proper description of what the brain is doing, right? Right? And if it's perceiving and acting, it's perceiving and acting in its own environment, right? Which is not the environment of the human organism, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For the brain, like the rest of your body, that's it. Also the environment, right?
Mhm.
Like for the brain, the rest of the organism is the environment already, right?
Yeah, but it also extends like out into, you know, the surface layer and all that stuff too. But like
Yeah, obviously.
it would for activities, you know what I mean? Whatever, because it's like we're constraining brain dynamics at our level. Our actions, right, are constraining the lower level brain dynamics, right?
What do you mean by constraining in this context? Like, can you
Like
give like an example?
our behavior is at a much larger time scale, right? And like the dynamics of the brain's dynamics are at a much faster time scale, right? So within like this much slower time scale, right, of behavior. So it's not
Yeah.
like the slower time scale can constrain the faster time scale, right? But it can't the faster time scale, right? The brain dynamics, right? It's too fast to constrain the behavior, right, of the organism as a whole.
How does the constraining work? I'm not sure exactly.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but
Yeah,
like there's a
I
lot
guess
of
Maybe you want to
I'll be
look
reading it
through.
out of it. So
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
maybe
give
you
like
want
the
to look
simple
through.
explanation.
Yeah, maybe you want to look
Kelso
through what
Kelso talks a lot about this. Van
he
Orden
sent.
talks about it too.
can you like? No, yeah, I'll get through it eventually. Yeah.
Okay.
And now, I mean,
Like
Ikpa-Tilo,
I tried to give like the basic explanation. This is something that Van Orden explains in a paper titled the blue collar brain. Right, you should be able to find the PDF for that, just like on Google.
All right. Yeah, I'll look at that then. Add it to my release. Okay.
there was also a symposium
Right,
on
but this is just like
neuroscience. There was what for
sorry.
me, what struck me was that there were even sort of ecological neuroscience like talks, not within a symposium, but as regular submission. And I took that as a sign of saying, like, it doesn't have to be something special anymore. Almost, it could also just be a regular part of the conference. My impression is that the excitement or the interest is growing within the community of ecological psychology.
I mean,
I
also
think that
ICSI.
would
I mean, think about think about, I mean, the brain, right, or like the neurons, they are, they perceive and act like in their own like micro like environment, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like they're metabolizing and stuff. They're metabolizing gradients and stuff, right? And so, but like it's like downstream from like the person, you know, like eating food and stuff,
Yeah,
taking
yeah. Oh, yeah,
in
yeah.
all this
Yeah,
stuff
that
from
makes
its environment,
sense.
breathing
Yeah,
oxygen and all that stuff, like in those
I see.
various cycles, like those longer cycles, metabolic cycles at the larger scale, right? So it's
I
completely
see.
right?
Yeah, so that's what you meant by constraint. Yeah, that makes it a lot clearer. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's like the brain, right? It has to sort of what's it called? It's like it's a part of this larger system that's recruited, right?
Like,
Recruited
bro,
to
bro, like, you
right,
know what's
but
crazy though?
I like to say employed.
it's I mean it's like its organization, right? Is it's organized in order to fulfill the functioning of the larger system, what I mean, just like not to like I'm not saying like I'm not attributing any mental function to the brain. I'm attributing like
Maybe
it is
let's like different part of the body
as a
communicate, sort of like just sense.
no,
No.
like as a dissipative structure, right? It dissipates like a large portion of one's like metabolic potential.
Um,
And it's
I mean,
like
if it does
I don't-
only that, then like why the brain and why not something else
no, it's
in that
like
case?
to exist as a macroscopic organism,
Bro, it's
right?
like, think about how
I have
life.
to, right, but like a macroscopic like organism, like it's a highly ordered system, right? It's
Yeah.
maintaining itself far from equilibrium, right? And to produce like a massive amount of entry, right? You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It needs to balance its entropy production, right? It has to produce like this order has to writ large produce entropy at a faster rate rather than like whatever order you see around you, right? It's there because it's the fastest path given the constraints, the fastest dissipative path given the
Oh,
constraints,
gee. Oh,
right?
that's fucking crazy. That's fucking
Right.
crazy.
Yeah. So it's like the brain sits atop a moving body, right, in a porous, bony structure that allows it to get sort of like because it's not like a muscle that can, dissipate, like combust, you know, like it can't. What's the word that I'm looking for? Right.
Contract.
Okay, you're good. No, I mean it's very sensitive to like changes in temperature. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
sorry, my
you're talking about
roommate just came in.
our brain right now.
No, but it's like a muscle, right? When it
Yeah.
does work, right? It it
Yeah.
it produces heat, right? It produces
Yeah.
heat as waste in order. That's how it produces entropy, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Through combustion, right? And but the brain can't do that, right? It what it does is it does something a lot like the what's it called? The Belousov-Zabotinsky reaction. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No idea.
Belousov-Zabotinsky. If you search it up, there's
Oh,
like it's like
it's just like the thing where there's like spirals and so on, right?
yes, right, yeah, but it's like it's a pattern, right? It's like
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Like
but it's a
it went itself.
self-organizing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's autocatalysis, right? It's a self-organizing thing. It's producing more of like the resources it uses to keep like cycling. You know what I mean? Like it's not like actually moving in waves, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's just like like
Like the
um
reaction travels through it, sort of.
yeah, it's reacting, right, in waves, right, in a pattern, right,
And that's
in an
it
order, in
is
a
still a
specific order.
reaction, like it has to. It's like
Yes,
lower entropy.
right,
Okay, that's
right.
And
practically
It's a
it.
chemical, yeah, and that's
so
what the
that's why
brain
there's a lot of
does.
noise.
That's what the brain does. Like, I mean, you can look at the brain. It looks a lot like what it's doing is like a BZ reaction. That's how it's dissipating. The potentials we need to dissipate. Right, it needs to dissipate.
Wait,
Right, but
so
it's like
is it function just to dissipate? Because like you like the
it takes
function must cause this to move, right?
it serves like there's this opportunity for something like the brain to exist as a it takes up a massive amount of our like entropy budget. You get what I'm saying? In order to be able to exist as a macroscopic organism, right? And accessing all these otherwise inaccessible potentials in the macroscopic world around us, right?
Uh, I will have to like think about it more. But yeah, I think I'm like getting the direction in which this
Like if we
process is
didn't
going.
have a
Yeah.
brain, right? An organism of our same like mass, right? Would
Yeah.
have to have some other way of producing the same amount of entropy, right? Or like the same at the same rate, right? Producing entropy at the same rate, right?
And what's the alternative if it didn't? Like, I mean, it would die, but like
I
in
don't
what
know.
way, sort of, and why? I guess.
Brains are what we
Uh,
have. So I
but
don't know.
I mean, no, like not alternative to having a different thing instead of brain. Like, what happens when like if it would like stop working? Then what's the like the
Well,
thermodynamic explanation of the devler?
well, yeah. I mean, it's it's literally like it's other than any other organ or any other part of our body. It's like alone. It like does like a singular like job. Like thermodynamically, it like uh
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It like
Uh,
takes up a large portion of our thermodynamic job, just like our body, like all of our components, right? Their thermodynamic job in order to maintain us sufficiently far from equilibrium where we need to be, right?
And that's
I think
crazy.
I need to like also learn better intuition of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because like that explains why the brain gets so much resources, so much blood,
Hmm.
and it also like it completely shuts down the localization of function because it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
the brain, like it's really important for like consciousness, because whenever the brain gets damaged, we die, and it's like, well,
Yeah,
no,
it's just like
actually,
we
it's for
we have
dissipating
this
these.
subjective like intuition that like it seems like we are in our heads, but that's just because our heads are just like more active than a lot of other places, like
Yeah.
just like we have our eyes on our head, we have our ears on our head, you know what I mean, our head, we have our vestibular like control, like, you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
but if
right?
you like chop off your head, then it becomes meaningless, right? Basically, that's the
But like we have all this, we just like the head is just, well, but why do we have our eyes on our head, why do we have our ears on our head? Because that's just the best place for them to be. you know
yeah,
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying, like atop the moving body, bro. On top of
yeah,
neck that can move around, right?
yeah,
that can be oriented to the horizon, right?
yeah. That makes sense. Also, but like at the um, yeah, I guess it's I yeah, I still have to learn. I think I like better intuition about thermodynamics, probably,
And
but
it's
yeah,
like all the electrical, so there's no signals really, right, going across neurons. All the electrical like activity, right? The conversion, right? And the like light or whatever that hits the retina gets transduced into electrical activity, right?
yeah,
What that is literally just maintain like the structure of the brain, like just the variability. It just needs that variability, right? Just like, oh, it can get that variability easily, right? By
Yeah.
just having all these light sensitive, cells here, just transducing it into electrical, like a gradient, right? That keeps like it looks like all this noise is coming, right? But it's maintaining the structure, right? Because it needs all this variability to
Because
maintain
the
its structure.
is structured because the structure comes from the environment.
Because its structure is dynamic, right? It's like the BZ reaction, right?
Yeah, so that gives it like the pattern sort of, or
Yeah, it's dependent on the flow of energy through it, right?
yeah,
The
and
whole
the fucking
cataclysm.
energy and the fucking energy is coming from everywhere, and it's, oh my god, it's insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but like all, like I said, Turvey's work on the multifractal tensegrity medium, but like this, like in his paper, he talks about the brain and stuff, like explained as a multifractal tensegrity structure, right? And like, but like including not only just like the brain tissue, but like the fluid, the tensegral structure of the fluid around the brain, like the various fluid layers and stuff. You know what I mean? That circulate
Huh?
right through the sinuses in the brain and all that.
Also,
It's very cool.
then my question is like, okay, I'm actually catching myself right now because I was about to ask about like, oh, how does the information get to the muscles,
Here's
like
the
to the brain? But
multifractal
like,
tensegrity
that's on the
paper.
level of the masses. It's not information about affordance, right?
Here, I just put the multifractal tensegrity
Right.
paper
Yeah.
in
I'll read it after the
in the
video then.
V6X.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
But what were you asking? Information about affordances?
Yeah. No. I was going to almost ask you like, how does the information, the affordance, like get to the muscle when I'm stepping on a stair? But then I
It doesn't
realized that
need
it's
to.
not. Yeah. It's not because it's like the muscle doesn't need information, right? I mean, like,
The
or
information,
that's
but the
not.
information that coordinates the components, right, is a higher order, like invariant
Yeah. Yeah.
here. It's in the
Yeah.
it's an invariant of the
Yeah.
environment, right?
Like the
You know what I'm saying?
affordance literally pushes the muscle pretty much, right?
Well, not really. No,
No.
that's not the way.
Okay.
No,
Then okay.
the organism has its own metabolic like potential, its own onboard source of forces, right? But it constrains these forces, like constraints. They squeeze out the forces, the freedom, right? They squeeze out the possibilities of the system, right? They limit it, right? It's like I can only throw a
Oh
ball
no.
100 miles per hour or whatever, right? Only a couple, like only uh, a certain like uh, number of different ways, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
If that's my task, right? But it's just like I don't know if you were here earlier talking about how like if you try to balance a stick on the palm of your hand, like out in front of you, right? If you try to balance
Yeah.
a stick upright, if you try and do it by monitoring like how your hand is moving, right? You're looking at your hand, you're trying to monitor it and like really like control how your hand is moving. You're gonna fail. But
Yeah, you're gonna
if
look
you
at the
look at the
stick, and then you seeing
yeah
the stick, it's what controls the sort of the hand,
yeah,
I
you
guess,
have to
right?
look at when you look at the tip of the stick, right? That
Yeah,
you can actually do it, right? Because that's where the
and
goal
yeah,
specific
that
information
orders,
is.
yeah, that orders your actions, right? From
Yes, exactly. Right. You don't like it or like the movement. It's the deviations in the tip of the stick are
yeah, that's the
specific to
thing.
what you're. Yeah, this is important, right?
Yeah,
This is the information here. Is
yeah.
that the deviations in the tip of the stick are specific to what movements your hand has to make, right, to keep it upright.
And that's the structure that goes through the neurons, the pattern of the reaction, right?
It doesn't
Or
have to go through them. It has to. It doesn't
I
have to
mean,
be
yeah, no,
transmitted. It's like
uh,
it. It's look at the multifractal tensegrity paper, right? Because it's like
I will,
tensegrity understanding tensegrity is really important here, right? Because it's not like It's like
Yeah, I'm
it's
downloading it
a
right now.
structure.
I will read it after the
It's
video. Yeah, let's continue the video.
yeah, it's under constant tension, right? So it's like whatever happens to the system, it gets propagated like instantaneously throughout the entire system. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Non-locally.
I think like I sort of get it. I will
Like how
like read it.
Bernard cells, right? Bernard cells, they
Yeah, the
form
propagate.
like you know how they form? It's like they don't just like it's they don't just form in one little part of the pan or whatever. It's like you'll have one form here and one form all the way
Yeah,
over
and
there like
they sort of,
simultaneously.
yeah, yeah,
You get what
yeah.
I'm saying? So it's
Um,
spontaneous with respect to the system, right?
okay, now it's getting more confusing.
But that's what spontaneity means in like thermodynamics, right? It's spontaneous with respect to the system, the spontaneous self-organization here, right? The how the
Like all at
cells, the
once.
Bernard cells, they self-organized, right?
Yeah, I think I need to like just get a better intuition on self-organization dynamics and paper. It's just
I mean, we
we
have
can
Yeah,
the
we
I
can
mean,
watch
video
the
what
video,
you
but
and
we
like
can
what
see it
I'm
later or
saying,
something.
you might not grasp it now, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
but then you'll be like you'll be reading into it, and then you'll be like, oh, now I get what he was saying, right? You'll
Yeah,
make the
I am
connections.
100% sure that will be the case because it already has been the case many times already. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure. But let's like not take
Yeah,
down the time of
we can
people and
continue.
watch the
We can
video.
yeah,
continue.
we could continue the video.
Yeah.
Why would there be such resistance to incorporating the brain in the brain behavior, brain body environment system that ecological psychology is concerned with? I don't.
Oh yes, the
Is it
brain.
just that? Is it a reaction to neuroscientists who think that the brain is the end all, and therefore you kind of like there's like this sort of artificial polarization, like, well, we need more people on this side of the tug of war or something. Like, I don't get it.
I think
I mean, you know what it is for
one way to think
us.
about it is sort of as a political move, at least initially. So like and other people have have said similar things also in writing, but during the cognitive revolution, there was sort of a turn towards internal processing for many psychologists and ecological psychologists, I think, wanted to sort of say, but hey, don't forget the environment, don't, and yeah, so maybe you can understand it in that way to say almost, well, let's just, yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't know, I can't look in the I can't know what people who are critical of this within the ecological community really think, but that's maybe one way to think about it. And I also think there's a risk of sort of forgetting about the rest of the body and the environment if you focus sort of that much on the brain when it comes to cognition, perception, action.
Vicente and I had very similar training in ecological psychology, and for us, I thought that it was heavily history focused, so or at least contextualized historically. And so,
Hmm.
one might look at
Mm.
ecological psychology like right now, 2026, and say, oh my God, look how much we know about what brains do and what the nervous system does. And we know so much. And how could anyone ignore that? Or not, pay attention to that when studying intelligent action? Well, historically, the reason was, and I'm piggybacking on what Matthew said, with the cognitive revolution and everyone just so excited about computers and we were going to solve the black box problem. We were going to, make leaps and bounds from, evil behaviorism. By the way, there's this article. One of my favorite article titles is, I believe it's Louise Barrett, and it's "Why Behaviorism is Not Satanism." Um, and
Okay.
so I think that situating where ecological psychology was originating in that context, I think it was very Matthew put it as political. There was reason to have a hardline stance, right? Because everyone else had been drinking giant cups of computational Kool-Aid. And the ecological psychologists were like, well, then what about the environment? Exactly as Matthew said. What about the environment? What about bodies in the world?
What about the
And
environment?
so they really had a hard line stance, I think, to push against that and really stress what others weren't. And maybe that kind of just became
About
embedded in
literally the
culture.
brain. Like the actual brain, guys. Remember that?
So people, we even when I took a class on perception,
Actual
taught
neurons.
by an ecological psychologist, one of the first classes they said was like, brains don't exist, and this is the place where representations come to die. And I was like, this is going to be an interesting seminar, and I was coming to it like,
Brains don't
why are you
exist.
killing brains? What's wrong with representations? And after a few months of taking the class, I was like, oh, I get why you're not focusing on brains and not on representation.
Yeah, I mean, my point was, so you mentioned the computational list Kool-Aid, and it does seem like there's ecological psychology Kool-Aid as well. But sorry, Vicente, it looked like you were going to jump in there.
What does that
I
mean?
think
Yeah,
it's
what does
compatible.
Kool-Aid mean here, right?
Bro, you are
Like
all
what
about
It's
does
just
that
the
like
saying
you're
mean,
you're
right?
you're, you're equivocal with me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your view is
usually,
equivocal
it's
with
just the same
mine.
situation. Yeah.
You're
It's just
brainwashed
a
like I am.
it's just a different view, man. It's just a it's equally, arbitrary,
Equally
bro.
valid, yeah.
Dude, like your science
it's just a
department's
it's
over
just a matter
there,
of
mine's
it's
over
just a matter of
here.
preference, bro.
Let me speak
It's
my
just a matter
truth.
of preference, bro. Let me speak my truth. It's just a matter of preference whether you're like an astrologist, right?
To each their own
or
perspective. Everyone matters. I'm a humanist. What can
or
I say?
or an astronomist, right? It's just like a matter of preference, bro. Whether
Yeah,
you're an
yeah.
astrologist or an astronomist.
Or like a mystic, it's your it's
like
your
we're
it's your
just
whole thing.
it's like we're it's equally the same. It's the same thing, man. It's just a different view, man. Astrology and astronomy.
Dude, like the larger system, bro, like I don't even care about that, man. Like
I just
let's
want
just all
my
just get
like
along,
mysticism.
man. Let's just all just get along, bro.
With what
I just want my
Matthew
brain
said.
dynamics explains perception and action.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, can you do that for me, ecological psychologist, bro?
Please.
Please.
Said, there's a political reason, there's a
Can you
historical
tell
reason,
me
there's a reason.
can you tell me please that my astrological sign makes me a good person, please?
This
That it's
car,
gonna
bro. This
I'm
tarot
gonna be
card.
lucky today.
Oh, so you don't have an explanation for how zodiac signs affects us? Oh, in that case, that's also Kool-Aid, just like the computation representation.
Yeah, can you tell us how zodiac signs affect perception action?
Yeah, if you don't, then this is just as valid of a theory, because yeah, we can't deny it
like
either, but you
while
don't
we're
have to
over here, we
consider them.
actually study, bro, the zodiac signs, bro. Like we actually study, bro, the fucking astrology charts and shit, man. Like what can you explain how the astrology charts give you perception of action, bro? If you can't, then like what are you doing, man? You're not even studying the astrology. The
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
astrology
like
charts.
you
you
you're
said you were
not.
gonna integrate. You said like all of science, bro. Like science is like one whole thing, bro. Like so
Like
like you
look at
have to
us.
like
We're spending all this time and money studying the astrology charts, bro. Like like who are you to say that you're any better than us?
I
Oh.
fucking love this comparison, man.
At least some form of epistemological justification that has to do with maybe with a negative claim and with a positive claim. The negative claim is that you cannot explain behavior as the product of just a neural mechanism.
I mean
So you cannot
it's a
explain
very
psycho.
the analogy is a very it's a very what's it called? Pacified analogy when it like there's it can be taken to It's reduction, like it can be taken very far, just like we talked about with the heliocentric or the geocentric worldview. And just like thousands of years studying all these deriving all these epicycles and all this bullshit, right? Trying to chart the fucking movements of the planets and stuff, right? Under the
That's
geocentric
fucking
model,
wild.
right? And
Yeah.
then what did they do to the dissenting voices?
They fucking
They
killed
killed
him.
them. Yeah, they fucking executed them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the analogy has a very like there's a slippery slope to it. You know what I mean?
Wait, I
Yeah.
just got a photo that someone said objectivists in fighting in one of the chats here. What? Was this someone?
I don't know. Let's continue.
It's in
I don't
general, I
know.
think.
There's
Yeah.
a very cool sentence by Tolman that says, in order for a physiology to explain a psychology, you first need to have a psychology to explain. So, in order for some physiological mechanism to explain the behavior we exhibit, we need a good theory of what that behavior is, right? And that's kind of a
Right.
negative claim.
Hmm.
More maybe positive claim that I've heard, from people like the late Michael Tarvey or the late Dave Lee,
Turvy
is
Michael
records, let's
Turvey.
go.
if a perception is a natural phenomena, you should be able to find
Hmm.
laws at the at the perceptual scale, right? So there has to be some
Yeah.
regularities that happens where perception happens and not in inner mechanisms.
Right. Remember that quote that
Yeah.
he says that if perception and action, right, exhibited by living systems is necessary, right, rather than contingent, then it should be like if it's a natural phenomenon, right, then
Hmm.
it should be explained by symmetry principles, right, and laws, right, regularities at the ecological scale.
Ah. Yeah.
That's a quote from Turvey, from the what we read with
Yeah.
Luca, but it's also in lectures on perception.
And I mean, I guess I'm glad they brought it up, even though I think they're kind of ignoring that whenever they're talking about the brain. But
Well, Vicente Raja, he has like, I mean, his what he says is kind of cool, right?
I'm glad he brought it
His
up.
little theory is kind of cool. Like, it's okay. I don't have a problem really with his theory, except that he doesn't really incorporate thermodynamics, right? So he's
Hmm.
kind of leaving, like he's like kind of assuming, like he's just taking the assumption, right, without the explanation of information, right, that we would do, like with thermodynamics, explaining information physically, right?
Hmm.
Uh, he doesn't do that. He just assumes like, oh, this is what we. Yes, we have ecological information. We don't need to explain it. We're just gonna look in the brain and see like because if right the information, right, that we're coordinating to at the ecological scale, right, if there's like a resonance, right, I mean it should like there should be invariant, like there should be invariants, right, that we should be able to identify in the brain dynamics, right, that are like correlated with the invariance in the behavior at the l- like scale, like just like nested within it, you know what I mean,
At the scale
like
of
a
what?
fractal kind of thing, like a fractal kind of self similarity thing.
Hmm.
Like he's saying that there's just some self similarity that we can identify, like the pattern that are in the brain with the pattern that's self sim, like with that, like at the scale that we're perceiving and acting. You know what I mean? And coordinating with ecological information, right? So there should be some markers, right, of that in the brain dynamics. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we should be able to have a physical description
If
of
it's
it.
being constrained, if those dynamics are being constrained by information, right, by perception action, right. You get what I'm saying?
So it's like
So
he
that's
doesn't
his
really
whole research.
explain information, but information is kind of
Yeah, his whole
important
research is about
to
how the brain dynamics are constrained by informational control.
I see.
And that's like I'm fine with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's fine, right? But it's like, okay, so what? Like, what is that gonna do for you, bro? You know what I mean?
Where are you gonna go with that?
Yeah,
I guess
I don't
if we
really
cut
know.
the brain into pieces and don't cut it at the same time, then we will be able to like see a pattern or something in it, maybe.
Like
But
theories like that aren't necessarily dead ends. I don't know what you would call them though.
They're just they're analytical, right? Like, sure, I think there's probably value, like, in the analytical methods that might be developed, and like, well, like, the use of certain methods that we've been developing elsewhere, like, and like seeing how they're being used and stuff. You know what I mean? That's useful, I guess.
Okay.
But it's like, yeah, I guess it's like useful in the sense like we were talking about like natural units, right? Let the system define its own natural units, right? We have to basically let the potentials, right, at the appropriate scale determine the metrics that we're using, right? Right? And the metrics shape potentials, right? So we're able to basically analyze the system, right, without destroying it, right? That's a good thing, right? If we're, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's like we need to figure out how to get some metric from a system without
Yeah.
destroying the system.
Mhm. So yeah, I mean, it's like it has some implications for like the organization of brain dynamics with respect to informational control, right? Just like knowing how that like goes down. You know what I mean? How we can study that, I guess. Yeah. How we can study that. That's Vicente Raja's whole program. His whole thing that he does. He's written several papers on it. And I don't really mind it.
All right.
I, I just wish he would incorporate more things like from Kelso, right? And like the thermodynamic stuff, because I think it would like really boost, like strengthen what the fuck he's talking about, you know, and give it some explanatory power, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
he has
Rather
been
than just
spared from
analytical.
the wrath of G for now.
Right, rather than rather than simply analytical power, like we need an explanatory power. We get that from laws, right? From thermodynamics, right? But yeah, you can continue the video.
How perception will develop in time, right? And that scale, the scale where you need to find those laws is the ecological one, as is part of
Right.
life, as perception is part of the exchanges between organism and environment, kind of thing. So
Right.
there were these two epistemological points.
Like I don't really have I don't have any problem with like the way he explains all of that. Like yes, he has the ecological research program down, you know, just looking for these information variables, these information movement laws, right? These ecological laws, right? And like it's like it's a very, you know, well established like research program, you know, an analytical program. You know what I'm saying? It's very like to understand, like to just like identify these like laws like in their like in the form that we play around with them, right? In the ecological formalism, I guess, right? Without talking about the thermodynamic aspects of it, you know what I mean?
I see. So you're basically saying that his view is more so like right now it's good for doing research with.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't have a problem with like he's not he's not
But like
bastardizing
explanatory,
any of
yeah,
that. He's not bastardizing anything when he's
right.
talking about like how we identify these like ecological laws and like these like we're talking about information and stuff that's coming from the ecological level and all that. Like the way he talks about that, like he's very spot on. He's like very like he's very consistent with like Turvey what Turvey would say and what Turvey would stress and like what the actual like not just like taking the words like information and like the ecological scale and just taking that and just 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 like what is it, just like using them like in whatever way you just want like to interpret them. You know what I mean? You're just guessing. It's just a bunch of guesswork how you're just like how the word sounds to you in your own context, right? You know what I'm saying? Like these
I
are
can
very
purchase
precise concepts
information
and
with
that,
these affordances.
yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
they're these very precise concepts and stuff and like uh and Vicente, he like I think he appreciates that. He respects that. Right. I don't that's why I don't really have any problems with like what he talks about in his paper.
And it's like that to
I
do
just see,
research with is like that
yeah,
analytical power, but like
it's just
explanatory power is a
insufficient
bit
for
different.
me. It's just like insufficient for me. It's just like I like I it leaves me wanting, for
Mm.
like more. You know what I mean? Like just in like there's so much like bro, read Kelso, read like the thermodynamic stuff from Swenson and all that, right? Like incorporate that in your stuff here would be so much like more like powerful, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would have more charge.
Right. For me at least. Right.
Right. As somebody who's trying to get the like ecological program like out there.
Yeah, and it's just like I can do that integration, you know? Like I'm the guy who's concerned with that kind of integration. So I guess like it's good that you're doing it. You're doing this thing and then I can like integrate it, right?
Yeah.
But then I'm hoping like in the future, right? Through that, like me like being concerned with that integration is just like we can spiral back and be like now we can incorporate this stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So I don't really I don't hold any like it's not like a moral default on their part, I don't think, right? It's like I'm totally cool with what they're doing, right? It's just
Hmm.
like my own sort of like what satisfies me intellectually or not. You know what I mean? That's why I want to push it further. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm probably going to. You get what I'm
Your
saying?
perspective. Your perspective.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Those those epistemological justifications were at the get-go, or were like uh, justifications a posteriori of the state of ecological psychology, ignoring the neurophysiological detail.
There's this great quote which is not very flattering by Carl Pribram, who I think of him as a theoretical biologist, but this was in the 80s, soon after Gibson's last book was published, which was 79, I believe. And he says, some include neural variables and constraints, when trying to explain perception and action,
Hmm.
whereas Gibson tends to leave the organism, if not empty, apparently stuffed with foam rubber.
What?
Dennett made similar kinds of comments. He's like,
Yeah, but
the way
that's just
humans treat the
bullshit.
brain, if they're not
Yeah.
treating it like foam rubber, they're treating it as
Just read Gibson's book, the what sensations what was it? Senses as perceptual systems. That book,
Hmm. Senses
his
as
second to
perceptual
last book.
systems.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't say the fucking organism is just full of foam and rubber.
Or yeah, or anything akin to that kind of exaggeration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he talks about perceptual systems in his last, but like he refers the reader back to his previous book. which is a more extensive discussion of the topic, and the papers and stuff that's been done since on that, like sort of in that vein, right? Have
Yeah,
been
that sentiment sounds very like an activist. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, yeah. That's kind of like the inactivist like caricature of the eco psych people.
Yeah.
Of wonder tissue. It's so miraculous how it works, and we can only
The
just
brain?
chip
Are you talking
away
about the
at
brain?
like
Oh, I think he's making fun of the people that he's quoting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
resonating with a field of affordances, and it's all this is going to be more mere humanities and poetry, but but the Gibsonians aren't doing real psychology. They couldn't be because they're not studying the brain. So
Yeah.
it's not without cause. Paul, as you just said, I claimed that some are drinking the computationalism Kool-Aid, and yes, guilty as charged. I have tasted of the Gibsonian Kool-Aid, and it tastes pretty good, especially
I
when it's
like
hot
it.
outside. I like it, um, but
I
Man,
like
I
it.
would just bro, I would just like yeah, I mean the fucking computationalist guy saying that Kool-Aid shit, I would have just been like, well, I mean what is the
Look at him
saying?
smiling.
Yeah, he's like so cheesed out. Yeah, it's just
Like
like
it's
what is
it's
the
not Kool-Aid in
Kool-Aid
this
thing? What is that
situation, like
saying?
whatsoever.
What does that saying even like serve, right? What do you mean by that?
Like it's like accusation of like this is useless to the case, so like computation is useless to ecological psychology, sort of, which is like mostly valid, and then now he like tries to compare it like, oh, the affordances it's Kool-Aid, it's also like irrelevant. And that's it's not.
I mean, like, bro, like if you want to like get along, you could say something like quippy, but like I don't know.
Okay,
I
just
would have questioned
continue.
it.
Let him.
doesn't have
Let him cook.
positive
Yeah.
associations, but I can see why you want to indoctrinate the youth in a way, right? Like you want them to internalize the teachings and the beliefs so they're not so quickly, swayed. And I think that's what we've seen with, the way that, some ecological psychologists have been trained. So, Vicente and I, in grad school, we had to go through Socratic seminars with our professors who were, Turvey students. Turvey was, James Gibson's student. There's this tradition where
Hmm.
we would get like 400 or 500 pages of reading a week. And then we'd go in and there'd be like maybe 4 to 6 of us in a half circle around the professor. And he would just go through one at a time and grill us on anything in the reading. And, the response by him and his colleagues was you have to internalize these concepts. You have to internalize the history so that, you can understand our framework. To use a philosophy of science term, I use it loosely, but a paradigm, right? A paradigm has concepts and methods and theories, and it all kind of goes together. And I felt like that's how my education was in ecological psychology. I don't know if Vicente feels the same way, or what Matthew's training was like.
I feel the similar way. The Socratic hours were the most brutal experience in my PhD. It's incredible. But I mean, but it's I look at them like
That's
now,
pretty
like,
cool.
oh, okay, it
I mean,
was
yeah, it sounds awesome. Socratic. Yeah.
Yeah.
cool. I'm
Sounds like
really
something
glad about this,
Gibson used to do with the purple perils.
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
I think the sort of the organisms.
But I've also
It's like
heard
that
people say that
teaching
like
method.
Turvey used to do something similar.
Yeah, it's like that and that teaching method, like that's also part of like the
Like Turvey
history.
would give so much material, like just like very like historical, like just like even not even ecosite guys. You know what I mean? Just like a bunch of people like in perception science, just give them like a bunch of material right to read and then just grill them, right?
Grill the students or the people in the books.
Yeah, the students.
Oh, yeah.
Stuffed with foam rubber
But
point.
What?
yeah, it sounds like that came from Turvey. Sorry, it just like rewind like 5 seconds, I guess.
Shit. Good
I
enough.
look at them like now, like say, oh, okay, it was cool. I'm happy I learned these things, right?
I think the sort of the organisms coming back to the stuffed with foam rubber point. I mean, Gibson's 1966 book, "The Senses Considered the
See,
Perceptual System,"
Yeah.
was was about
I
physiology to a
I I
certain
had
degree.
I had to I mean like I knew one of them was probably gonna say it.
Yeah. Let's go.
I mean they were definitely thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Not so much neurophysiology, although that was also included, but a lot about physiology. So yeah, I sort of don't think that's right. And but the other thing I wanted to add about the indoctrination, I feel like you have to indoctrinate students with something. You
Mm.
have to you have to start somewhere. You have to learn, what how the science is being done, and I think ecological psychology is as good as starting point. I actually personally think it's a better starting point, especially now that we're bringing in, you know, uh, attempting to understand the contributions of the nervous system. So yeah, I don't see that as a negative thing. Um,
It's interesting. I mean, you have to start with something. And my training in neuroscience, I don't, it was never explicitly stated. But there's just an assumption to a lot of,
Oh.
for a lot of neuroscience training. Well, yeah, okay, it's your brain is a computer network, and
Oh.
if you describe the
Dude, like you
properties.
see like the contrast of like these two these
Oh
two
yeah, you can.
educations. Like
Yeah, it's great.
it's so fucking
Yeah,
obvious.
rewind. Yeah, it's great. It's a great foil, like a contrast between the two. Like a very, you could see the stark difference, like when you put them side by side like this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as a negative
rewind to
thing.
where he starts talking.
It's interesting. I mean, you have to start with something. And my training in neuroscience, I don't, it was never explicitly stated. But there's just an assumption to a lot of, for a lot of neuroscience training. Well, yeah, okay, it's your brain is a computer network. And if you describe the network properties, the computer, like the computational properties, you're done, right? And
Oh,
I don't think that's ever stated. But something like ecological psychology, I think it takes a little more care to unfold, and
a lot
or
more,
cultish
bro.
Socratic hours, or something like that you guys
Cultish.
were describing. But there,
Yeah,
reading.
saying he never had anything like that.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess he's being ironic when he said cultish, but I don't know.
Your own works and others in who approach it, or who drink the Kool-Aid. That's a terrible phrase for that sounds negative, but there seems to be a wide range
Yeah,
of
yeah.
what's sort of acceptable as ecological psychology. There's like radical embodiment
Mm,
versus a more light.
yeah. What do you think about that? A broad scope. It's ecological psychology is a big umbrella.
I guess.
But I mean, like, yeah. I mean, he's just saying like it can be whatever. It's not really.
But that's not true.
Yeah.
The
Trying to
distinctive feature of
What
ecological
he's really
psychology,
saying,
like I said, right, is laws.
Mm.
We
what
think
he's
there
really
are laws
saying is that
that
ecological
explain
psychology can
psychological
be what I
phenomena.
want it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there are the key distinctive feature of ecological psychology is that we think that the facts of psychology are explained by laws that we can find and explain and express. That's
ecological.
the key.
Mm.
Mm. You don't find that in any other approach.
Yeah.
Ecology. So I don't really understand what that range is. I know there's a lot of disagreement among ecological psychologists, like what counts, what doesn't. Do we need to
Bro,
focus on
is there?
appearances
I
or
don't think there
residence
is.
or
Remember
perceptual
what they usually
phenomena?
think, what the traditional conception of the problem of perception even is, right? psychologists or perception scientists are just stuck with trying to even sort of explain why how perception is even possible, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
You know what
just
I'm saying?
projecting that like there's
Yeah.
a lot of disarray in the traditional
They're stuck
space.
with the failure of perception, right? They have to explain that. All they have is the failure of perception, right? They don't start with the success of perception, right?
Yeah, they just have like a dead end.
Mm-hmm. And so,
Theoretical dead end.
yeah, exactly, right? And we're actually looking for, like, we like I said, like they were quoting Turvey before, right? Perception is a natural phenomenon, right? So it can be explained by laws, right?
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? And it's like it's necessary, not contingent, right?
Mm.
Uh and so it should be explained by symmetry principles at the ecological scale.
Right.
But that's like the other view is that the complete opposite, that it is contingent, that it's just purely like that's what I was getting at. You know what I mean? That's what that means, right? That is just they're stuck with the failure of perception, right? Trying to it's like the intractable problem of trying to enter the world from outside of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess it's like they
Like you're stuck outside of the world trying to enter the world, right? We're stuck with the failure of perception trying to get to the success of perception, right?
yeah, it's like they can't prove within their framework that
Nope, that's
perception
how they conceive the
is
problem of perception, right? Is the intractable problem of like getting from one incommensurate descriptor set to another, sensations to perception, right? The brain
yeah,
activity to perception of the environment, right?
but that's just like the failure of what they're doing as a whole. That's how they got there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the problem of perception, is this translation problem. That's traditionally conceived, right? That's the problem of perception, traditionally
Mm.
conceived. And Gibson reconceptualized the problem of perception completely, right?
Mm.
For these various
That we search for these laws,
terms.
right? These information laws, right?
Yeah, rather than doing rather than just taking it as contingent.
Mm-hmm. Right. Trading is a natural phenomenon, right?
Maybe one place to start before we get on to like how neuroscience should really incorporate ecological psychology. I'm wondering, do you guys agree on what ecological psychology is, or do you have disagreements with that broad picture?
Mm.
Do we agree on
Watch.
anything?
I think they're gonna agree.
Yeah.
I think we can we disagree on a lot of stuff. I think that we probably all of us agree in something like, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. uh,
Bro, why are they so uncertain, man?
the key to perceive is to detect ecological information that specifies some properties of the environment, some of them being affordances at least, something like that. It would be a minimal commitment. I don't know.
I'm on board with that one, but I might add one, which is viewing the organism environment system or the brain body environment
Mm-hmm.
system sort of as the unit of analysis.
Right.
To me, on your question, I mean, you started, Paul, with asking like how broad can can it be? What counts as ecological psychology? Maybe
Oh. Mm.
me, I feel like I would love for people to join the club, but I feel like I see one stipulation, which is viewing the brain body environment system as the unit. I feel like a lot of the other ones will fall
What do
out
you
of
mean?
this.
What
I feel like
what do you mean?
maybe ecological.
Mm.
Is to be stated in a better way is that in any functional sense, right, the organism and environment form one unitary system. methodological like thesis, right? That the organism environment system theory
Right.
is, right? It's
I
like
got that much from it, yeah.
in any functional sense. That means in trying to explain, right, any of the behaviors, right, of an organism is intelligible by reference to this unit, right? The organism environment system as a unitary system, right? One system, not two separate systems, right?
Yeah.
Information
From
falls out of that. Maybe anti-representationalism, anti-computationalism might fall out of that, because the way I see it, a neurocentric explanation of a cognitive ability sort of begins and ends with describing that that artificial neural network, or that biological neural network, and what's happening in it. But if you place that within the wider context of a physical body acting in an environment, and all those parts can be constituents of the explanation of the cognitive ability, and kind of must be, I think. I don't know. I don't see how you can then have a sort of purely, computational, representational explanation of the cognitive ability. So
You
yeah,
can't
I
have
think
your neural networks,
brain
bro,
body
you know?
environment system, organism environment system as the unit, the target of analysis is a big one.
Yeah, I agree with both of them. I think taking organism environment system as the quote unquote proper
Come on,
scale of investigation.
Well,
you
there's
can do it,
scales,
bro.
but there's targets,
Laws,
right? I mean,
Luis,
laws,
let's use
bro.
the
please.
You can
exponenda
do it.
here or whatever.
You can do it, Luis. Laws, bro. Like they all just like they know it. It's just like it's on the. They just when they realize it, they're like, oh yeah, laws. I forgot. I almost forgot. Like how could I forget, right? Because it's just so obvious to them, right?
Yeah, maybe the other two will go. Maybe they'll keep going.
Like
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
it's one perspective. So I don't know. Maybe there's just a disagreement on like what it is we're trying to explain. Even sorry to cut you off there.
Laws, we're trying
No,
to
no, it's okay. Yeah, I mean,
bro.
all of these have room to be pressed on and be clarified. Yeah, so the target of investigation is that particular spatio-temporal scale at which organisms are doing things that at least intuitively we call intelligent acts of some way. I think, we might use terms like cognition pretty broad to include intelligence in general. But yeah, it is the organism environment scale. I actually wanted to say that I would say organism environment and not brain body environment, in the sense that I think my understanding of Gibson is he wanted to give
Mhm.
a theory of perception, full stop. What is it that, how we can understand perception action from what a cockroach does to, a gerbil, to a chinchilla, to a chimp, to me, right? What is it that's similar to us? And there are things
The
like us
invariants, the
perceiving
laws.
quickly, perception action is continuous, the use of
Mhm.
affordances, and that all this happens at the
Mhm.
point at which the organism and environment meet. So I try to use it pretty broad to include the non-brained
Come on,
organism
bro.
body environment
Lawfulness, bro.
components. Um,
Dude, he's so close.
so yeah, so I would say that to be an ecological psychologist, you
Come
have to
on.
buy some degree of organism environment system, as Matthew
Some
said,
degree.
and as Vicente said, you have to buy into the notion of ecological information and the role of specificity, and all of this ties
Mhm.
to what I think is, maybe the most popular
Ooh.
idea to come out of ecological psychology, which is affordances.
No,
Oh,
Affordances
so
it really
close.
makes sense within that framework. It's a really technical framework. There's ways to tie it with the laws of
mhm.
physics and optics and all
Laws.
this kind of
Okay.
stuff. And
Okay.
people use a set of
Laws.
affordances that basically looks nothing like what Gibson talked about. They just mean basically an opportunity to do something in the world. So, you know, this cup affords grasping, but there's no commitment to direct perception. There's no commitment to where the most important causal starting point is. Because for the cognitivist, you could say, oh yeah, I definitely study affordances. I just study how they're represented and computed in
And why do we
data,
need it?
and that
What
actually
do we
makes a
need? What
lot
do
of
we need? What do
sense.
we need? What
we
do we need?
need.
We need
We need.
laws. Come on, bro. We need laws. they.
uh,
I hope he's building up to it. Like.
Please, bro.
like what this Big Science Foundation grant looks like to me. So I just pulled it up while we were chatting, and there's a
Oh
line where they
no.
say,
I
We're gonna
mean,
look at the
it's
program.
implied. It's definitely implied when talking about information and specificity, right? It's 100% implied. Like that's basically just saying laws without saying laws, right? Saying ecological laws without saying ecological laws.
Yeah, I mean the most broad way basically is to say laws. It's
Right.
like that just captures it all.
Yeah.
But we're gonna look at this thing that they're giving grants to. This is gonna be bleak, I think.
this project, the Simons Collaboration on Ecological Neuroscience, or SEEN, will establish a new paradigm. They call
A
it
new
New Paradigm
paradigm?
Ecological Neuroscience. That moves
Mm.
beyond conventional theories of sensory motor processing. And then skip a little bit later, it says this proposes that one of the brain's core functions is to encode affordances
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
encoding all environmental causes or only rewarding stimuli. And I think, that they're so quick to jump to the computational language, which makes sense because that's how I think neuroscientists get trained. You look at your standard textbook and they use
You
computational
see what they're
language.
doing?
And so
Remember when we were doing the NP completeness video? We were talking about like, infinite inferences at an instant with all these variables, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what they just did. They were just like, "Oh yeah, affordances. Let's use that instead of all these variables. That should all we got to encode is the affordances. We don't got to encode all these, all of these details of the stimulus or whatever." But like, it's like, how are they perceived? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
why, like, the important
how does
question
it
for the theory
decode
of
or whatever?
affordances, the important question for the theory of affordances is not whether affordances exist. It's whether information that's specific to them, right, that exists that can be picked up so that we can perceive them, right?
Hmm.
And they're to miss specification of information is to miss the point.
Yeah. Oh
I
man.
think that's where these people on this project are coming from. But, to be honest, it makes me cringe a bit because,
Hmm.
I see what Matthieu's doing, what Vicente's doing, hopefully what I'm doing as being ecological neuroscience in the sense of maintaining the principles of ecological psychology. So
Laws,
affordances
bro.
qua Gibsonian ecological psychology, not just affordances qua anything that affords, doing things in the world. And in that way, yeah, of course, you could give a Gibsonian story, you can give a computational story, you could even give I don't know, a ghost story. How do ghosts interact with the world? Does the wall afford passing through? And yet,
Levitation
I don't know,
affordances.
but you're not Gibsonian if you're not committed to the kinds of things that we said, the principles, direct perception, ecological information, and things like that.
Well, I remember that phrase encoding affordances from what you just read off, and I thought, is that an oxymoron from an ecological psychology
That's just
perspective? Is
gloop,
it? Are
bro.
they antithetical? Is an affordance, as you understand it, something that can be encoded? It doesn't seem to even make
No.
any full
No.
stop.
No.
It doesn't make sense as a phrase, correct?
I mean, I have two issues with that phrase. The first one is that what encoding means there,
Sure.
which is an issue in itself. And then that, yeah, I mean, I think there are two levels here. Has two levels have to do with the sociology of science too a little bit. One is like affordances have obviously the concept itself has obviously grown beyond the ecological approach. There's no control to it. There's actually works at least since the early 2000 like Paul Zizek that is already doing the affordance competition hypothesis, which is already a kind of cognitivist flavor on it. And in that sense, you cannot stop that and look, like good for them. They got a lot of money to do this, so cool. That said, if as an ecological psychology you ask me, would you do ecological neuroscience that way? I would say no. I think I think,
Mm.
as Louis
I
said,
wonder
that,
why.
there are some core principles that
Right.
makes ecological psychology the way it is. Therefore, in an ecological neuroscience, should maintain them, but not because
Laws.
I mean, to me, it's not about the purity of it, right? It's not like,
Okay.
oh, we have to read the Gospel of Saint Jimmy as he
Saint Jimmy.
but I think affordances are interesting because they can be directly perceived, because there's ecological information
I guess that's like a nickname for Gibson, for James Gibson. You know,
Mm.
Gibson's middle name was Jerome. James Jerome Gibson.
Yeah, yeah. I first saw that. I I was reading like the first chapter of
They should have named
Ricardo's
him.
book.
They should have named him James Jerome Gibson. So that's JJJ.
Nah.
affordances are
Triple
like
J.
any other
Like J
That
triple
was
H
it was their last
transformer
name,
pop up.
bro. What do you mean? It was their last name, bro.
Mm.
They can't just change their last name like that.
shape or hate or whatever other thing that you at the end of the day need to encode and to infer, and that's up to me. The cool thing about affordances, I mean, the really core of the strength of the ecological approach that Bill Warren calls the information hypothesis is that there are some properties of the environment that are meaningful for organisms, that are specified by stimulus
Can you
you
rewind it?
don't need
Rewind.
Yeah, he's like the cool thing about affordances, and then I had to get off the screen for a second. I couldn't hear.
all the thing that you at the end of the day need to encode and to infer, and that's up to me. The cool thing about affordances, I mean, the really core of the strength of the ecological approach that Bill Warren calls the information hypothesis is that there are
Yeah.
some properties of the environment that are meaningful for organisms, that are specified by stimulus information. Therefore, you don't need to appeal to mental powers to deal with them. That's the cool thing, and that's what you miss if you
There's
don't
various
use
ways of
you don't
talking
need
about this,
at
but
least
the Turvey also talks about the ecological information hypothesis.
Mm.
And there's various ways of explaining it. Uh, I like the one that explicitly talks about laws.
Of course.
um, one second, I can probably find it really quick. One second. Okay. Um, one second. I'm almost there. Yes, patterned energy distributions ambient to the organism are hypothesized to be lawfully generated by environmental specific to those properties at the ecological scale. Uh, that's not. I'm looking for a different one. Where is it? I can't even search in here. I'm so close. Just one second, bro.
We know.
Then aeons worth of searching is gonna pass before G finds it.
What?
An
Why
aeon's
is it?
worth of time.
An aeon's worth
It's
of time.
1 second, bro.
The G
I
is,
just do
is just
myself
1
aging.
second.
Yeah, for me it's just 1 second. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Yes, okay. The ecological information hypothesis. Yes. Has three critical information. Yes, okay. Yes, perceptually based knowledge of environment, body, and environment, body relations, and grounded and acquired through the specificity of ecological information, environment, body, and environment, body relations. In sum, at the ecological scale of organisms and their environments, informations is a term that refers to macroscopic patternings of lower energy fields, optical, acoustical, chemical, etc., that are generated lawfully. This is the key, yeah. Remember that figure, if you guys have read Introduction to EcoPsych, where it's talking about generates lawfully and specifies, with the two arrows and stuff. Search it up in Intro to EcoPsych, bro. Generates lawfully, right? Search that up. Right. Is a term that refers to macroscopic patternings of lower energy fields that are generated lawfully by higher energy fields to layout of potentials and reflective surfaces and by the displacements of living systems relative to these. Because they're generated lawfully, these macroscopic spatial temporal patternings will, under normal conditions of life, specify the layout of potential sources and reflective surfaces and the displacements relative to them. The macroscopic lawfully generated patterns envisaged by Gibson carry in their topological form properties that are specific to components of change and components of persistence in the living system surround relation because they are meaningful. And they are meaningful because they define gradient values with respect to the living system's internal potentials. The conceptual promise is that the ecological information born that can be information about the living system's dynamics, right?
Is it the
Relative to the
figure?
environmental dynamics, right? So it's saying that the information, the energy distributions, right, can be information. The ambient energy distributions can be information about the living system's dynamics, internal potential layout relative to the environmental dynamics, and external potential layout. It is not an empty ambience. Yeah. So it's but the key point is about the generated lawfully, right?
Hmm.
So like open Intro to EcoPsych, bro. I want you to look at that figure in Intro to EcoPsych.
Which figure? Is it the one on the Molyneux problem?
The one that has the two arrows and it says generated lawfully.
Oh, that's the fucking. That's the core of it. Yeah, like when I got to this, I remember when I got to this for the first time, it was so fucking. It was crazy, man. Holy shit, it makes so much sense.
Somebody just screenshot the fucking figure, please. Like screenshot the figure in there in Intro to
I'm not
EcoPsych and put
sorry.
it.
It's
I'm
not
sorry,
in
but
here.
It is, bro. Searched lawfully or generated.
I searched out generated lawfully. There's no matches. I searched lawfully and I don't see a figure that says generated.
Search
I think
generated, bro. Here we go.
specifies.
I found it. I
Specifies.
found it in fucking 2 seconds, bro.
Oh, found it.
It's like this whole
It
section
lawfully
here.
generates. Oh.
Yeah, you see where they introduce law.
That was
It's
also
like
in
the
the
key
full
thing,
talk
bro.
paper.
Yeah. They got this figure from Turvey, basically.
Hmm.
Turvey doesn't use organism environment relationship, of course. But you see, I'll just post it in VC text, a screenshot of the whole thing here.
Hmm. Hmm.
But you see how it's implied in talking about specificational information, specificity. This is what it means. It's specific to the source of its structure, right? These
Right, the
patternings of
information
energy,
has a source.
these ambient patternings are energy are specific to the source of its structure. This energy has a structure which is specific to the source of its structure, specific to the source of its entailment, impredicatively. And Turvey talks about that in lecture 3, by the way. That's why I always recommend reading lecture 3 to understand specificity.
All right.
And that calls it information L. That's why he calls ecological or gives an information L, because it's like lawful. That's the key here.
Okay. Let's continue.
Ecological info and the organism environment scale.
Using it in that way, sort of you're using it as a buzzword, the concept of affordance. Vicente, I was reading your paper about the forgotten tales yesterday, the forgotten tales. And I think what's really powerful about these concepts, like affordance, perceptual system, organism environment system, is that they sort of reorient
What about
you
ecological laws,
as
man?
you try to understand the
Yeah.
phenomenon. They provide resources. Vicente, you talked about them as resources that can help, cognitive neuroscientists solve these seemingly intractable problems of perception and motor control and such. And if you just use them as a buzzword, like if you don't use the concept of affordance to sort of tie the organism and the environment together, but just, I don't know, talk about affordance representations, you sort of, you're not actually, like you've lost an opportunity to use these resources to help you, do better in your explanations, I think.
So, Vicente and I and Matthew have been using the term like information and ecological information. And some listeners might be like, information, that's a computational term, right? And I think ecological psychologists are, banging their head on the wall every time they have to explain what they mean by information. And so, information in the ecological sense, when we talk about ecological
Talk
information,
about
as a starting
laws.
point, at least, it's, the energies in the environment. And we don't mean anything like soft, well, at least I don't think we do. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I don't think, we don't mean like, chakra energies and my spirit power animal in the environment that guides me. We mean things that like physics would study, which is like reflective properties of
Right.
light,
Mm.
acoustic, properties of sound, and even olfaction, and the spread of molecules in the air and things like this. And they hold lawful relationships in that
Yes.
you have that particular organism environment system, and those affordances
Oh,
and
he got it.
qualities in the world will
Laws
manifest if you have the
mentioned.
right, kind of relationship. And so
Yeah,
that's why we
rewind,
talk about
rewind.
ecological.
Yeah, because I think you're
You see,
behind
he
schedule there.
realized, like, he was like, oh yeah, what we need to talk about here is
We gotta
laws.
talk about laws. Let's talk about laws,
Yeah,
It's
he
guys.
was
like,
like,
oh yeah, in order to explain what we
yeah.
mean by ecological information,
We need to talk
what's
about
different
laws.
about what right? We need to talk about laws, obviously.
light, acoustic, properties of sound, and even olfaction, and the spread of molecules in the air and things like this. And they hold lawful relationships in that you have that particular organism
Nice.
environment system, and those affordances, those abilities in the world will manifest if you have the right, kind of relationship. And so that's all based on this ecological, and I'm putting, air quotes again, information, in that the environment is filled with this energy. I don't know. Yeah, Vicente or Matthew want to add to that?
I mean, yeah, there's this
He-
non-magical
He's got to lock in
elements
right
that we
now.
talk about, right? That are light,
Ooh, Favela?
waves, chemicals. I think the main point about the ecological
Vincente.
information is that those
Hmm.
energies, by interacting with the layout of the
He's gonna be like
environment,
laws.
end up having a structure,
Yes.
and that structure
You
is
you
related
you you
to
realize
the
what he's
Yeah.
just
layout
saying? Like rewind 5
Yeah.
seconds. He was just explaining like, oh yeah, they're lawfully generated, right?
Yeah.
By the surface layout, and they're specific to that surface layout, right? And so
waves.
like the potential layout, right? Of surfaces, right? And the displacements, right, of this field relative to the organism, right? Or the
Right.
displacements of the living system relative to this field.
Right.
Chemicals. I think the main point about the ecological
The
information
main
is
point.
that those
Yeah. That
energies
completely kills the interviewer guy, the brain inspired.
The neuroscientist guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like you see how like we're all very like we understand what we're looking for, right? When we're talking about information. Right? You get what I'm saying?
It's all
Ecological
Structure.
information. Like yeah, all of these guys, they all understand, right? But when you talk to like any one computationalist or any one cognitive neuroscientist, right, and ask them what they like to point to the informational basis of perception or whatever, right?
They'll be like,
To sort of
it's
they
all
won't
for the
you
brain
won't
inspired guy.
there won't be any consistency, right?
yeah.
There won't be any consistency, but you see how it's very consistent across Vincente, across Louis, across me, across all of these people, right?
Yeah, like you're
It's a
gonna
very
ask these people
precise
and
technical conception, right?
yeah.
Yeah. It's over for the brain inspired guy. He's done.
He's cooked, bro.
by interacting with the
He's
layout of
cooked.
Yeah, they're dumbing it down for him.
environment and end up having a structure, and that structure is related to the layout of the environment there. And then as you navigate through the environment, you are
Yeah.
in contact with a changing structure that can inform you about what is around you. The last time I was here, I was trying to use a metaphor of a tensor. I don't know if Paul remember that. I'm not going to it now, but yeah. So it's like we are surrounded by an structured environment that um, affects the structure of the light and the air and the chemicals around us. And that structure that is in contact with us can tell us things about our.
Maybe I can give an example to make it concrete. I use it when I teach my
Concretize it.
students
Let's
about ecological
go.
psychology. The notion of sort of a texture gradient of the idea that
Nice.
in natural environments, things have texture. So, for example, I don't know, and the texture sort of like in natural environments sort of tends to not change in strange ways. Concretely speaking, if you go to some kind of beach, the sand on that beach will typically, not in a systematic way become bigger or smaller, coarser or less coarse, you know, across the beach. Within that beach, the sand has a certain, coarseness. Maybe another beach, it's a different coarseness.
I love this. I love how he's explaining
And
Gibson's understanding of like texture units, optical texture units. I really like this, like how he's explaining it, because I saw a very cool like lecture this other guy was giving on it, because like this is actually something that a lot of people like, if there is any ecological psychology at all talked about in like your psychology class, really, like just that just goes over like a bunch of different psychology stuff in general, it'll be about uh like Gibson's understanding of like texture and like optic flow and stuff. And so, and like this guy was talking about how what people really uh like like he was really explaining, Gibson's understanding of like texture like very very well. And like
Yeah.
somebody in the comments was like, oh, this really helped me with my like graduate like my paper or whatever, that I, like my like assignment or whatever on this, you know what I mean? Because they had like an assignment on it, Gibson's understanding like his texture gradient, like his understanding of these texture elements, right?
Yeah, because I know Gibson did place a lot of emphasis on surfaces and texture.
Yeah.
Because I know
Let me see if I
when we
can
were
find it
watching the Rob Gray videos about it, can't remember what he said. It was like the information is in the surfaces or something like that.
here. This is the
The
video.
affordances. What video?
I think this is the video I was referring. He has several other lectures on ecological psychology too. Like these are like there's like almost no views on these.
Bah.
But yeah, I thought it was cool the way he was explaining it, because he illustrates it with like illustrations and stuff. So that's a useful video to watch. Okay, you could continue. Hopefully my phone doesn't die. Guys, I'll come back. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll come back. Don't worry.
that is something that you can rely on to, for example, get information about how large something is. I think this is an example coming from Gibson 1966, I think, where there are different objects, and they occlude more or less of the texture, and given that the texture is sort of does not systematically change within that natural situation, the amount of texture that is occluded by an object relative to the amount of texture that is occluded by another object could tell you something about the relative size of those two objects. I don't know if I'm making sense here, but
Yeah.
it's
Right,
because these
but
natural
like
environments
the guy in the video
are
I linked, he illustrates it and like illustrates how perception, what that means for perception and all that. I think it's a really good explanation the guy in the video I just posted gives.
Okay.
in textures that then allows you to know something about relative size, as an example.
Also, if you watch
I wanted to,
talk about Gibson, right? Some of his videos about Gibson on Ayn Rand UK, right? If you watch some of that, you'll see him talk about this example too. Lee Pearson, he'll bring up the picture and stuff from Gibson's book.
Oh, nice. What is that on Binswinger? I didn't quite hear you there.
Lee Pearson on Ayn Rand Center UK.
Oh, okay.
add something to both Matthieu and Vicente. Why does the Gibsonian care about the structure of the environment, and where's that coming from? Like, why do we care about that? And a lot of this stems from what we call, generally poverty of the stimulus arguments.
Ooh.
And so for the cognitivists, the idea is that the environment is just meaningless, energy that just
Wait,
stimulates you.
did you make this argument?
What?
He's bringing up the poverty of the stimulus argument, the one that.
Mm-hmm.
No, the
What do
skinny
you mean?
bald guy. That's the ecological psychologist guy. This one, skinny bald guy is the brain inspired guy.
No. I'm saying he's
No, this guy's an ecological
explaining.
psychologist guy. The poverty of stimulus. Gibson thing that.
Oh, Gibson got. I thought you made that argument.
No, that's Chomsky made that argument. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Well, yeah, because you showed it to me, and you were like, "This is what they do, right? They just like assume
Yeah, that's
it's
the yeah,
impoverished."
that's what they do. Where do you think I got that from?
I thought you analyzing these people doing that
No.
was where you got it
What
from.
do you think I was referring to when I said Gibson's defense of transcendentalism? I mean, defense against transcendentalism, right? And like he was defending against the poverty of stimulus arguments. Like this is like in any bro, you read anything on ecological psychology and you'll see this stuff about Gibson defending against the poverty of stimulus arguments, right? Actually mounting a defense against the poverty of stimulus arguments.
Okay.
Like I'm just saying that's something you should have seen in literally any of the literature. So
No, I don't think I've seen it before.
yeah, I know.
And so
That's like
for the cognitivist, the idea is that the environment is just meaningless, energy that just stimulates you. And
Mm.
so you have an example, you enter a lit room, you have a light source, the photons bounce off the surface, they hit your eye, your retina, they get the optic nerve, and then there's all this processing and all this heavy processing, this computing, this transforming into representations is necessary to make that stimulus to the retina meaningful. And how do you know that a certain angle in the distance, I'm using my hand to make little triangle shapes. How do you know that an angle means that something's pointing towards you or something is indented? Well, you don't know based on the information in the light alone. So you have to have, sort of stored memory. Oh, this kind of angle in the distance means something's far away. You have these rules that you appeal to. And Gibson and others argued, well, that seems to be a lot of heavy processing going on. And how is it that other organisms with simpler nervous systems seem to be able to navigate
I mean
these
also
environments? And
just
Yeah.
like innate knowledge there.
Yeah.
Remember
Bones
the
of
learnability of the
intelligence.
size. Yeah, remember Turvey talking about the learnability of the size, distance, and variance hypothesis, or the size, distance, and variant rule, right?
Mm, mm,
We
not
literally went over
quite.
this, bro.
Bro, when?
Bro, what are you doing? We literally went over this, bro. You don't remember the fucking stuff that you read in Primacy of Perceiving on this, and then I directed you to Turvey, what he says about it in Lectures on Perception.
Oh, you're talking about the thing that I was telling you that I liked about the paper?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't remember it being that what it was called. I just
Bro,
remember it
that's what it
was.
is, bro.
I just remember it was an argument against like
Yes, bro.
algorithmic
That's what he was
perception.
talking about. And that's what he was talking about, bro. He talks about it there, and he talks about it in Lectures on Perception, and we already went over this, bro. Like we talked about this before. I don't know. Like, bro, it's like you're the person who like wakes up one day and is like, oh, I forgot everything.
What, bro? No, that's not me.
Because we had an extensive discussion about literally looking directly at, like, you were sharing your screen, you recorded it, and we were discussing like what Turby was saying in Lectures on Perception about it, and in Primacy of Perceiving, like we started there and then we went to Lectures on Perception. Like I remember it perfectly, bro. And it's crazy that you don't remember it.
Okay.
And like I keep catching you having this like these blankouts, like just like I don't know what the fuck is he talking about when it's like I'm referring to something you should be able to remember, dude.
I just don't remember the
So
exact term. Like I know what you're
I don't know
talking
what's up with
about.
that,
I just
dude.
didn't remember the name of it.
You don't even remember that we had like an extensive discussion about it, looking directly at what Turvey was saying in lectures on perception about it. You literally read it, dude. Like you read it out loud, like on the recording.
Yeah. But like I don't remember it being called that.
But you said it like multiple times on the recording, bro. I can remember your voice. Literally reading it, bro. Whatever, dude.
Well, they do it because they're offloading what would be internal processing to just sampling the structure, as Vicente and Matthew would say, the structure of the environment is informationally rich. So it can guide successful intelligent behavior. And there's no need to do heavy transformations. We refer to this as like inferential steps. So when we say that perception is direct, or we don't mean what might be called naive realism that necessarily, well, I don't know if I want to go into that debate. But yeah, I know everyone here is kind of cringing a little bit, but so I'll say a little simpler. So what do we mean by direct perception? We mean that there is minimal to no transformations needed to extract meaningfulness from the energies in the environment. So contrary to the poverty of the stimulus arguments, we say actually the environment is rich with structured stimulation.
Especially if you're allowed to move through the environment. That's sort of like required to discover
Yeah,
structure.
affordances, direct perception, none of these things make sense without dynamics. So moving in the environment, there is no, for the Gibsonian, affordances are not perceived in slices of time. They don't, there is no affordance in this capture in the snapshot. They appear as you move. I think Matthew was talking about different reflective properties based on surface textures. Another example is parallax, right, where you say you're driving in a car and you look next to you on the ground and the road is moving super duper fast. But the further you look out in the distance, things are moving slower. This is a kind of cue to distance, but it only reveals itself in movement. Yeah, I don't know if you guys wanted to add anything to that.
Well, I would quickly say that then it's not a cue, but it's information.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So maybe stepping back, I'm kind of picturing 5 years down the road, there's going to be a bunch of computational neuroscience glossy papers in Science, Nature Neuroscience, etc., about encoding and affordances and the mechanism underlying affordance encoding, that sort of vernacular. And so let's say 5 years from now, computational neuroscientists sort of absorb this term affordance and make it their own and sort of pick and choose what they want from it and discard the rest of the stuff that they find frivolous. And in some sense, that's just how terms evolve through semantic drift, whether there's
No.
resistance from the originators or not. But
Yo, guys,
I kind of wonder.
if
Okay,
if we just steal your terms, it'll be fine because like semantic drift or something.
Yeah, that's not how terms evolve. That's how they get like bastardized, but
so let's say that exists, right? And it, I don't know, who cares? That's how things kind of naturally evolves. Like, why do we care? Like, what's really at stake here? If it goes that way, so that's kind of big picture. And I'm curious, like, well, how would it go better? Like, what would an ecological neuroscience success, like a successful paradigm in ecological neuroscience, like how would a neuroscientist go about embracing some of the more fundamental concepts, etc.? So those are kind of two opposing things. One's disaster and one's success, right?
What's at stake, I think, if that happens? So I think Matthew said something on those lines before. Like it's a missed opportunity. You know, it's a. I think ecological psychology. When you, I don't say you buy the whole pack, but you buy a couple of things. You know, the 2 or 3 things we've been saying here. It's an actual alternative. It's a different way to look at the problem. A problem that has been more or less stuck in the last decades, I would say, right?
What problem is stuck? What is the
For
problem
instance,
that's stuck?
how we are able to perceive in the first place. To me, I mean, I've said a couple of decades because I didn't want to go too deep, but what I teach in my history and philosophy of psychology class is that the problem is stuck for a few centuries actually. But the point is,
He's talking about the
if
problem
we
of
start
perception.
from the point
Yeah.
of view that Louis was pointing out to, like, of the poverty of speculation, that is that the stimulus is just not good enough to enable perception and to control behavior, you are forced theoretically to to say, and there are some mental
The
powers
the
that
ecologist's charge is pursue ever coarser grain sizes until the specificity is realized. Right?
Mhm.
The doctrine of necessary specificity. That's in the primacy of perceiving paper. That's a quote from there.
Right.
that change that, right? Like some mental process that take this stimulus that is not good enough and that make it good enough by combining it with memory or with predictions or with whatever thing. And it is very difficult to justify where those mental powers come from. Um, the typical justification is evolution, but it's often just the word evolution, right? That it's not like it's not explaining how evolution is able to do that, right? But my point
Right,
is,
just like wizard.
when you start with
You know what I mean? It's just the word evolution. You know what I mean? I like how he pointed that out.
Yeah.
That's something that happens
poverty
too
of
often.
stimulation that requires that you get something that is not good enough and that you need to encode it and to enrich it in order to build up a mental model or an internal model of the external environment in order to behave in the proper way. uh, you are in the same place that you were, but this time that
Man, I
internal model has
fucking
affordances
tried to fix it,
instead
but
of
I'm hearing the
objects
words
or
together double, like that video is audio is doubled for some
Then
reason.
leave and rejoin.
Yeah, I did it like 3 times and it's not fixed still.
I don't know why.
I even
don't
like
know.
closed the app and like deleted the cache of Discord and stuff.
That's weird.
Yeah, could you maybe could you recreate the room? I guess, but I guess I don't know how inconvenient that is, honestly. So
We're at like 53 minutes, so
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, we can restart it and I can bring it back.
thanks a lot. Thank you.
You gotta leave it.
Leave it.
You gotta leave the watch together, bro.
I don't know. I think
Is he
he's
fucking
AFK.
AFK? Oh,
Not
There we go.
AFK.
All right, thank you. Oh, God fucking damn it! It's still doubled. Okay, whatever. I'll just watch it doubled. It's whatever.
have you tried like leaving the call?
I tried leaving and rejoining 3 times, and then I closed Discord completely, and then I deleted the cache of Discord, and then re-entered, and it's still this way. So it's just, I don't know, it's just broken.
That's weird. I don't know.
Like there's nothing
Sorry,
else I
man.
can do right now, so I'll just watch it doubled audio. It's fine. I can still understand it, luckily.
Instead of
It's just
objects
annoying
or
echo,
shapes
but it's
or whatever
watchable.
other thing, right? So you have the opportunity to try to start from a different starting point that doesn't force you to posit mental powers that you don't
It's
know
not playing for me.
where they come from.
Oh, bro.
And it's
What the fuck?
Instead of
It's loading. Hold up. Okay, play it.
Objects or shapes or whatever
Is
other thing,
it going?
right?
Yeah, it's
So
playing. It's playing.
you have the opportunity to try to start from a different starting point that doesn't force you to posit
oh, it's fixed now. Let's
mental
go.
powers that you don't know where they come from. And I think this is important. And I understand that some other people think that this is not that important. I think that bothers me, right? The fact that I don't know where the hell your generative model or the priors of your generative model come from. That
Comes from
bothers me.
nowhere.
It doesn't seem to bother many people. That's also a thing, but it bothers me. So that's why I think you lose.
That's why
And
it's bothering
Yeah,
the
you.
other
Yeah.
thing
you
is
know why it bothers me?
Why is that?
You know what? Because these are violations of the laws of thermodynamics. These are perpetual motion machines, bro. It's invoking perpetual motion.
gain, I think, a different way to try to do things that can be wrong, but I think
I'm
it's
concerned
powerful.
with that this magic is not possible, you know? If you're invoking magic, you know, I think you should you should be dismissed.
Yeah.
Just like if you go to the patent office with like like a what is it? Like
A design for an over Unity device.
yeah, designed for an over Unity device, and they'll fucking they'll dismiss you without any consideration at all.
Agree with that? Disagree?
Yeah, I agree. And I like that Vicente pointed out, Matthew's point about a missed opportunity. I think it is a missed opportunity for different conceptual tools um, to enrich, the study of this phenomena that we purport to be, the same phenomena we purport to be studying. Uh, and another thing that I think is an issue of, what's at stake. Um, is that and I'm in a history and philosophy of science department, so I care about history. Um, but I was reading recently that apparently there's a major drop in science PhDs and science dissertations having any literature reviews. And so what they're becoming is just a collection of articles, different studies, which is common, and then some kind of intro and conclusion that loosely ties them together. But apparently the trend is little to no literature review. And I think that's horrifying because you're missing out on understanding why you do what you do. But maybe that's not necessary. But it also, I think, for a practical reason, it might help you to see what problems have been dealt with in different ways and why reinvent the wheel. And you will do that if you don't understand your history. I'm just absolutely, constantly shocked that I read these, old people who are saying such things, that sounds so contemporary. I'm teaching a course on, the location of the mind, and I'm doing a cross-cultural one, and it's been shocking to me that from the ancient Egyptians up through Confucius, that a lot of their teachings they sound like embodied mind, embodied cognition. Intelligence is the living organism acting in the world, and the body constrains their mind and this and that and social interactions, and And that's just absolutely wild to me because my training, has always been, what I might call like a Platonic Cartesian training, right? Where like, the soul mind and, is the main unit to understand perception and intelligence. And now we know better. We know that the soul mind is in the brain and, and that's what, that's where the action is at, and we know better. And of course you would know better if that's all you read, if that's the only history that you know. So, so what's at stake? I think potentially a lot of wasted time and money on people's parts if they don't know the history, they don't know what hasn't worked in the past,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then also missed opportunities
Also,
for more tools and interesting things like new hypotheses.
I would add that potentially what's at stake. Bring it more into an applied domain or clinical domain. Let's say, yeah, you have some kind of psychiatric disorder. From a mainstream perspective, from what would you try to intervene with? You would try to intervene, with neural processes, presumably. If you broaden it up, if you broaden sort of the constituents of cognition, perception, action up to potentially also include things outside of the brain, in the rest of the body, in the environment, you have a lot more places where you could intervene, and you could intervene perhaps in ways that you know, don't produce side effects. I don't know, pharmacological treatment is likely going to produce a side effect, but if you have just as much success in intervening somewhere in the environment, you don't have that side effect. So I think it's also what's also at stake is you know applications, clinical applications or educational applications, all kinds of applications. So if you think differently, if you think that cognition, perception, action is a product of brain body environment interactions, you're going to think really differently about how to intervene in practical ways, possibly with less side effects.
Yeah,
So, Matthew,
go ahead.
when you bring up the clinical aspect, it makes me think and this is not necessarily a Gibsonian lesson at first, but I'll tie it to be a Gibsonian lesson. So, when we think of things like neurodegenerative disorders, already calling it neurodegenerative, right? It's just focusing on the neural scale. When we think of things like Alzheimer's and things like that, dementia, we think we want to intervene. What are the synapses that we can alter to correct this? And so there are these towns in the Netherlands where they structure the town in a way that it has a lot of reminders for people with dementia and Alzheimer's and this could be young people who have it, but the old people as well. And what they find is that with just these environmental cues, they have a pretty, pretty healthy lifestyle. They're able to engage with the world and, remember things and this and that. And this is a more environmental scale kind of, intervention. And this required a shift in theoretical perspective, right? If you think that these diseases and conditions are by definition only between your ear, uh, why would then, why do anything else? That totally makes sense. But it doesn't seem to be the case with a lot of these conditions that are paradigmatically like brain conditions.
But wouldn't a neuroscientist be able to say, well, yeah, you redesign the town so that your brain can actually do what it needs to do,
Right.
right? So I think a neuroscientist could defend that to death, right? So yeah, okay, sure, change your
Yeah, bro. Like it's equivocal, man.
put the
Defend it to
reminders
death.
up in town, but that's because your brain is dysfunctioning. It needs the reminder.
Yeah, bro. Like it's not the environment, bro. It's the brain, bro. Like it's equivocal.
So you put the reminders up there, and then the rest of your brain that is functioning well can actually use those reminders to bring you into town.
No, but how did you discover? How did you
Roof
figure out
nuke.
that this is a good approach, like changing your
Ooh.
environment? You figured it out because you considered, yes, this brain, which is critical for memory and such, but in this wider context. So the neuroscientist, I think it's safe to say that the neuroscientist who takes this, this stipulates that cognition must be a neural process is much less likely to notice, these other ways of intervening. I think there are also arguments to say to push back against that idea that, well, really you're just helping the brain, but ultimately the cognition is still purely a brain process. It's sort of just what's the word? There's remediation happening or some kind of compensation happening to sort of support that cognitive ability, which is still 100% tied to the brain. I suppose neuroscientists could say that, but I think there are arguments against that. But also, I think practically, you're less likely to sort of find good interventions if that's your attitude.
I think I have a kind of a cynical approach to that, or maybe I'm just an Spaniard cliche and I take things easy,
I mean, yeah, it just sounds like whatever the guy in the top left argument was like. It just sounds like very like ad hoc, right? It's like,
But yeah,
okay,
it's completely ad hoc.
yeah, it's just like, okay, well, the reason why they can still remember is because of like the last part of the brain that's functioning, I guess. It's like what are we doing?
Like,
Right?
yeah, you didn't discover that. You fucking rationalized it.
Yeah, like you just like stole it. Like you're just like localization of function, right? So I just like take in this approach and I've just like said like, oh well, it's just a brain, right?
No, yeah, you've destroyed the possibility of explanation, right? You've
Yeah,
destroyed
yeah.
that explanation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
By just rationalization is just rationalizing it away.
but I'm okay with that. Actually, I think it kind of
You're okay with what? You're okay with what?
With a neuroscientist coming, but say, but in the end, it is encoding, right? Kind of thing. Or, but in the end, is this in two ways. One of them is almost to me a game of survival, kind of, right? It's not like we ecological psychologists think neuroscientists are head to head in terms of funding, spaces, time, everything. So as far as you let me make the town that way, you can call it whatever, right? Right? If I can still intervene in the environment, put your name, and that goes with almost anything. If I'm able to get you to look for variables of ecological information in your day-by-day experiments, I don't care if you afterwards say then they are represented here or here, right? I think that's already a good step. Then maybe we can talk about that they are not represented, but when we get to that river, we will cross that bridge.
Right, because once you look at the ecological information variables, you just have like there's no unentailed terms. You know what I mean? The recourse to processing because there's no need for it to be processed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the second you get somebody to look at ecological information, you've already opened them up to this whole new this whole world.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not capricious anymore. We can see the laws. We can see the appropriate like system, right? And it's like we've achieved explanation. There's no unentailed terms, right? So it's like, why are
Why would
you
we go
then
back? Yeah.
no, but there's literally like no space. There's no room for any adding of like hidden entities, you know what I mean? Like fucking models or anything mental representations in the brain or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like that kind of like we've already crossed that threshold. Like you can't appeal back to this because we've already dissolved that barrier. We've already
Well, it's just like
established.
we've explained something, and it's just like when we understand that everything in nature has like nature is like sufficient, like causally sufficient, right? Like there's no need for supernatural causes, right? You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
everything in nature is there, and because that would be like an over determination, right? That's the problem of over determination, right? Then God, the supernatural cause or explanation is superfluous, right? It's unneeded, right? There's no room for it, right? It becomes an like a thing you just add on to what is already sufficient, right? It becomes very starkly like identified as something that's just like not needed. You know what I mean?
So that's basically what he's saying. He's like, I'm glad you're like doing this with the ecological information, but like all the stuff you're adding, I mean, it's just so superfluous. Like I don't really
Yeah,
care
we can
about it.
see it once you just already are looking at ecological. We have all. There's no unentailed terms, right? There's no room or need for any smuggling in of unentailed terms or unexplained explainers. You know what I mean?
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All
Like
right,
it really
let's
just makes no principled sense to really
yeah.
do that.
I mean, I don't mind if they have their stories because I have mine too. But
Well,
if
yeah.
I'm
I mean,
able
it's
to
just
move a
that
little
it can't be processed, right? I mean, it's already sufficient. There's no need for processing it or representing it or whatever, right? It can be detected, right? It's specific to what's perceived, right? Affordances.
Mm-hmm.
bit to create better environments, to make them to look for ecological information. Well, I think these are good steps
You
towards
can play the video.
the right.
It is playing. Is it not playing for you?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't on the screen.
Oh.
Okay.
If I'm able to move a little bit to create better environments, to make them to look for ecological information, well, I think these are good steps towards the right way to do things. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time fighting about the narrative.
Vicente, I think you're being pretty diplomatic today.
I am always diplomatic.
He's
Yeah,
laid back
yeah,
Spaniard.
yeah. You're being pretty diplomatic. But do you think that there's a matter of fact though about like, like, is it only a brain-centric phenomenon? Take dementia or something like that, and then from this, like, people supposedly who built this town, they think it's not a brain-centric phenomenon. It's also an embodied, situated, blah 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 blah
Yeah, I
blah.
gotta take a call really quick, but
Well, it sounded like
you can keep the video playing, but I gotta take a call really quick.
Okay.
to me was that he was just being very pragmatic to let the naive neuroscientists think whatever the hell they want. It doesn't really matter as long as you build in some ecological information. If they can do, if you guys can convince them to do that, it doesn't matter what they think. So that's sort of what my take on.
The story stuff.
But
Yeah.
then Louis, you're asking about the actuality. So we're talking about two different things, right? So one is like a pragmatic concern about doing the science that's necessary to ultimately answer the questions that you guys want to answer, versus what's actually real. Like, what is the target? I think is that what you were getting at, Louis?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm all about pluralism. I'm all about pragmatics. But some fights I want to win, and some fights I want to win because I want to say that I'm on the side of reality. Um,
Mm.
and I think that, yeah, I think it's a matter of fact that these conditions, dementia, et cetera, they need some reconceptualization. If the fact is that they are benefiting from these kind of non-neural directed um, intervention, I think that says something about it. And yeah, you could tell a neural story as well. I mean, I could also tell I could tell a lot of different stories about how it works, but I want to be right. I don't know. I don't want to play nice all the time. I want to say, Gibson is right in some terms because that's the way the world is. Even though
But like, there's a way to like go about explaining it that can make this like super, super, super unequivocal. We just talk about laws again.
your methods work, my worry is that we're approaching the study of mind, cognition, intelligence too much from an engineering business perspective, right? What can we, behaviorally, what can we optimize? And it doesn't really matter what we throw at it as long as we can optimize our outputs. So we get more people who, report well-being and they can remember their phone number and their child's name if they do this intervention as opposed to that one. Doesn't matter what the ontology is, who really cares as long as it works. But I don't know. I mean, don't we want to say how the world is? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I just, I kind of want to push Vicente a little bit more
Oh, yeah,
to
I mean,
be less
I see that.
less easygoing.
Yes, I mean, I wanna I wanna talk about how the world is, and I tried to do it actually, but I was more thinking in the scenario Paul was talking about. More generally, I think there are two attitudes in the let's say in the real politics of science. One is like go in there and say, which can be has been the attitude of ecological psychologists to some degree, to go to a neuroscience department and say you need to close this down because you are wrong. So close this now or give it to me, and I'm going to do the right thing. I think this. I mean, I think they are wrong. Just in case it's not clear, but I don't think this is a good uh, strategy to develop an ecological neuroscience, even for us, because I think there's some expertise out there that we don't have, and that we should integrate. So it is better to go there to try to find a common ground in which you can sneak in some of the right things, and
Yeah, but Vicente. But would you be willing to give up commitment to say direct perception?
no.
So you
No,
do
no, no.
have
But
some.
this is like the rest of the world, like kind of tiptoeing around the all-powerful United States right now, right? Don't piss them off because they have the encoding models or whatever.
No, it's more like I mean, when I do experimental work, I do need to go to a lab that is not mine. For instance, to the B Mobile Lab at the Technical University of Berlin, and I cannot spend there the 2 months I have to run an experiment fighting about if they encode it. You know what I mean? So I think there. Of course, I think there are routes, but I think I think you need to play it smart at some point, right? Even afterwards, when you get a beer, you can say, "And you are fucking wrong." I'm sorry, I don't know if we can
Yeah,
say
that's fine.
I suppose I agree, but
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay. All right. So I think I can start watching again now. I mean, I can listen. I can be listening, but I'm still like driving. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna head there.
All right.
And you want to go back?
You guys have
Let's.
Yeah. I think I want to go back like right here, maybe. I think this is fine.
sympathetic to that. But I just think that you're not going to be able to understand the neural contributions
Okay.
to perception action. If you don't take that seriously, I just don't
Okay.
know
Expand video
if you
so I can
don't
see
take
it. Okay.
seriously that it happens in a in an active body with particular morphology, etc., in an environment.
What does taking it seriously mean? Because you can always say like, yeah, of course you're in a body, but yeah. So I'm an embodied neuroscientist because yeah, I realize the brain is in a body and we're performing natural living tasks. So sorry to interrupt, but what does taking it seriously mean?
Well, I think looking for non-neural contributions to the task, to the phenomenon that you're trying to understand. So what is it about the body that might simplify the cognitive task just by virtue of the physicality of the body? What is it about the moving body and the environment that might make unnecessary, trying to figure out how the brain, sort of like interprets or constructs something about the environment. So, I mean,
Isn't the onus there a little bit on you guys to come in and show, like, actually, like, if your account, which is only an account of how the brain does this, is like insufficient or has less explanatory power, then let me show you how to do this. And isn't it on you guys to like run the experiments, which I know you're doing, that's you, but the way you phrased it was like they need to, I mean, they here, not in an oppositional manner, but as a laid back Spaniard, they need to, they need to show that it's like, part that the body is part of it or whatever. But maybe
Onus is on you
they're not concerned
guys.
with showing that, right? So isn't it the onus on the ecological psychologist minded person?
yeah. I mean, I think we have a bit of a problem in that we are sort of like not with as many people, and so like our progress is slower, and I think like Vicente was saying, we don't maybe have the full breadth of the technical the experience that would be required to do some of this stuff. I'm sort of with Louis in somehow finding a way to convincingly show, right, that you must take the physical body, the non-neural parts of it, seriously, and the environment seriously. But doing that is sort of, it's really complicated, and there's only so much time. So like right now, I would do that mostly in sort of theoretical work. And I'm really excited about certain directions in which the research could go, and I have zero expertise in doing that. So, so for example, I think robotics, soft robotics, or embodied intelligence type work will be important to incorporate because it will allow us to build models of the body. But I have no idea, how to do that. We need collaborators who are sort of interested in that, to do interested in sort of doing robotics in that way. And I think the only way you can do that is by convincing them that sort of the conventional way is not going to get them there. So I'm not 100% in agreement with Vicente in that it's okay, or to sort of not have debates.
Paul, your question.
Okay, yeah, and this is where like Favela starts to really like rip into the idea that like the onus is on us. So like
Yeah,
here we
sorry,
go.
I had to take a call, but yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah,
Kind
right
of
here.
made my ulcer act up a little bit. Okay, yeah, there are there are probably a million neuroscientists to every one ecological psychologist, and so I guess one could say the onus is on us to motivate taking our point of view. But when I put my philosopher hat on, I don't care that there's a million neuroscientists to every one
I love it. I love
ecological
it.
psychologist. With my philosopher hat, I can say that's a million wrong people for every one, because the theoretical commitments haven't been worked out. And so,
Mm.
I actually would like to have the argument made to me. Why not be ecologically about it, and give me a total account of the same phenomenon, and let's see, let's put our cards on the table and
Mhm.
maybe some
Mhm.
neutral observer will weigh the evidence. And what I think will happen is there's going to be just as much hand waving
You
by
look how
neuroscientists
unamused
as
it.
by
Look,
environmentalists.
just rewind. Look at his
But you
face,
have,
bro.
like I say, that's $1 million
Look at his face
people
while
who
Luis
are
is saying
of
this,
the
bro.
art.
Look at the face of the guy in the top left corner, bro. He's like so like unamused, bro.
And maybe some
Oh.
neutral
Let's bring what we have to the table. Come on, let's put our cards on the table and look at him. Look at him,
Oh.
will weigh the evidence. And what I think will happen
bro.
is
Look at him, bro. He's like so fucking unamused right now, bro.
Oh man.
He's like
Oh.
sweating, bro. He's like sweating like bullets right now, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? Put our cards on the table. Have a neutral observer look at it. What do you mean? Have a neutral observer weigh the evidence.
Oh,
What do
the
you mean?
evidence.
Look at him, bro.
Oh my god.
It's like sweating bullets, bro. Look at him. I don't know, guys.
Oh.
there's going to be just as much hand waving in the neurosciences as there are perceived in the ecological psychology literature. Daniel Dennett uses this term loans of intelligence, and this idea that um, you might write a check, but you can't cash it yet, but you will someday. We don't know what mental representations are. We don't know, where the prime mover in the mind is. But we'll find it. We'll find it one day, and that seems to be an article of faith.
The unmoved
And I
mover.
want to do
Yeah.
science, and so show the
Yeah, I
evidence.
want to do
So
science, bro.
I don't see it as a given that neuroscience has worked out their theoretical commitments to such a degree that they can
It
readily
most definitely hasn't.
dismiss ecological
Yeah. Don't grant it, bro. Do not grant them that ever, bro. Oh man.
psychology and cherry pick what they want from it. I don't think they've made good arguments the other way. I think it's more a sociological trend, as Vicente keeps coming back to, and I think that's absolutely crucial. And I think that's what's happening with this big grant. And sorry, Paul, I keep harping on it because it makes me lose sleep at night. But they get away with it, right? It's a huge funding body. These are very prestigious, excellent researchers. No way am I dismissing that. They are excellent. I was looking at the list of people and I'm like, wow, I want to collaborate with these people. But you're not doing ecological neuroscience. And it kills me because I can't do the opposite. I can't call myself a computational neuroscientist with ecological commitments without no one understanding what I'm talking about.
There are going to be papers coming out from this grant, right? That the Simons grant that Louis described, and I can see your collective ulcers, like acting up at every paper that gets dropped, and they're talking
Yeah.
about the mechanism of affordances or whatever, or encoding affordances, and you can kind of be left in the dust, or you can react, or you can just develop a drinking habit, whatever to
Yeah, bro. Just
care
cope and
to react to
seed
it. But I'm
while
kind
you
of
ruin
curious,
it.
like
Scope and
how would be
see,
an
man.
effective way to engage, right? Where you would actually enlighten, or maybe without spiking the Kool-Aid, having people, enjoy some of the Kool-Aid, for example.
Spiking the
I
Kool-Aid.
don't know. I am indeed looking forward to seeing those papers when they appear. I guess in 2-3 years we'll start. Because right now we to be honest for this grant, for instance, we only have the press note, right? That says whatever we will do a forestry, but I don't know what they are doing. My guess is that, I mean, I think one of the starting things that I'm going to look for is whether they just say word affordances. We speculate this is an affordance, and then these are the neural codes for it, the neural correlates. Are they going to read all the works on affordances, the experimental work on affordances in the last 40 years, right? Are they going to
No, they're gonna
engage
fucking
further
trivialize
with
it.
the
Yeah,
ecological?
exactly. They're just gonna like trivialize it. They're not even gonna read Gibson or like reference, like quote him or anything.
None of the fucking like work that's been done over the past fucking several decades, bro.
Hmm.
and
variables
it's
there. And
so much work, bro. So much actually like real deal science, bro. Real science, you know? And they're just like trivializing it.
Yep.
see whether there's something in the brain. So it is difficult to see. Um, if I see a paper that says, you know, the affordance of the graspability of this is encode whatever. Um, to me, it's even more important than the encoding part as a first step. Then the encoding part will be important too, but more important than that, because that's what I expect given their theoretical framework. So I know that they will be looking for a code. I will be looking on how they define or how they describe that affordances, how they measure it, what's the stimulus. Will they even talk about information in the ecological way or not? And then
Of
when
course not.
No.
that's clear, we can talk about
Because
what's
we have
the
to talk about laws.
Yeah. Ecological laws. So we literally can't have like the encoding
Yeah,
of the whatever.
there wouldn't be that. Like you couldn't have any encoding or whatever the fuck
the
of
brain
affordances in the brain.
Yeah.
Oh man.
activity that is engaging in that, right? Like can be a manifold, like Louis explains in his book, can be resonating in the different ways. You know, some people like me have been trying to operationalize, but to me the key will be, even if this is weird, maybe this is my ecological spirit, will come before the encoding. We'll go with the setup and with the variables and with the literature they use to approach that. Because if they start saying Gibson said an affordance is this, nothing happened in the last 50 years, and then I'm doing this, I think this is going to be a wrong starting point, and I'm sure eventually Louis, Matthew, and I will write some
Gonna be a
papers on that.
disaster.
Bro, look at Louis.
So if this is
Bro, rewind right when it just like went off of Vincente. Bro, yo, he still had. Bro, look at his face,
He's
dog.
so if this is
No, go rewind a little bit. Rewind a little bit.
it is on
Right when
his
it got off of.
yeah, it is on the
Right
top
when it got
left.
off. Go back.
with the variables and with the literature they use to approach that. Because if they start saying Gibson said an affordance is this, nothing happened in the last 50 years, and then I'm doing this, I think this is going to be a wrong starting point, and I'm sure eventually Louis, Matthew, and I will write some.
Pause it. Yeah. Look at him, bro. Look at it. Look at Louis, bro.
Oh, Louis? Yeah, he's like plotting.
Yeah. Look at him.
He's like, nah,
He's like, bro,
man,
my ulcer.
my ulcer, bro.
Look at him. And
Dude,
then
he's fucking locked.
the
He's so
top
locked.
left has had the same fucking unamused face for like since Louis was talking, bro. He hasn't recovered from what Louis said yet. Look
He
at
just
him, bro.
got like totally destroyed by Louis, and it's just like, fuck, man. Is he gonna go? Is he gonna fucking
He
say
hasn't said a
something?
word.
Oh fuck. Oh man.
I would be excited. So
Louis
if this
notices.
is if it's sort of like if it's sort of like, okay, let's increase sort of let's make it a more naturalistic and such. Let's have it be behaving
Ooh.
animals in an environment. I think the data, coming out that would be really interesting material for us to work with potentially. So I would, I would hope that they would provide, an environment where there is sort of like an ambient energy array, that can be discovered by the organism.
Are you
I hope
kidding?
that it's not pictures that are being presented of mugs or something like that. And that,
No, bro.
Oh,
They're gonna be like,
might work if people are moving around.
Look at VC
remember.
text. Look at VC text.
Yo, remember
Oh.
Stephen Robbins video where he was like showing like the stirring cup, right? And then he
Yeah.
was showing like the metrics of vectors or whatever, right?
Mhm.
He was like, this is not this, right?
Yeah.
Like the vectors or whatever, the matrix or whatever, that's what they're gonna say is they're gonna say this is this. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they're gonna say this is the affordance, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. But it's very clear. Put them side by side. This is not this.
Around and such. If you have then neural data and movement data from the body and like access to the ecological to information that was available, I mean that would be a treasure trove to perform some of the analyses that Louis, for example, talks about in his book on. That would be really exciting. So then it doesn't matter as much how they contextualize or interpret, their data in terms of or the results in terms of encoding. Or so I really hope that this will be an open science funded project.
That's exactly what I was going to get at, is like whether with like the advent of a lot of open science, like let's say it's all available, like all the data that they collect, but there is a risk that without consulting, for example, with people like you guys, that they might not record what's necessary from the ecological information, right? Because it's not part of their milieu, that it's not part of their target question anyway. Yeah. So you might still be missing the key data because I imagine a scenario where like one of you can go in and have access to the data and with your theoretical perspective and reinterpret and analyze what you need to analyze and basically do your own research on their experiments and say, but here, look, this is why ecological psychology is right. But that might not be available if you don't have the right information, right?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if they have naturalistic behaviors, I'm sure they will have some form of multimodal, neural movement, whatever. The stimulus is what might be tricky to get, or if they have, the same time series for the stimulus, what what do they use? Yeah, that will be, I think, one of the things in which we might not have the things that we would like to. But I mean, is the grant, right?
Well, what do you need? A head camera, a GoPro, and like something that takes in olfactory chemicals and
You're right. That would be cool. You can also use. I mean, I've been doing some things with virtual reality. That is not a perfect thing, but at least gives me a control for the whole environment. So I know where every object and every part of the Octaflow is at every moment.
yeah,
Of course, it's not as good as actual thing, but there can be some things in which you can have something. Yeah.
So you guys have made some great points. I'm glad that Paul brought up the point that well, we could get the data, but then what about the experimental setup? And I think Matthew and Vicente are pointing out that it's the structure of the experiment is crucial, absolutely crucial here for the ecological psychologists. Showing a picture of a cup, I think that's what Matthew said, a picture of a cup or a real cup, that is a radically different experiment from the perspective of ecological psychologists. So one of my worries is that I'm going to read these papers that come out, and I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would bet this is going to be the outcome. I'm going to read them and I'm going to ask myself, I'm going to pull out the last hairs on my head. Actually, they're probably just on my chin. I'm going to pull out my chin hairs and I'm going to keep saying to myself, why do they keep calling it ecological? Why do they keep saying they're studying affordances? Like, why? There are infinite words in the English language. Use different ones. Like, do your project. Study how, animals engage
For fuck,
Fuck's
what?
sake, man. The fuck? I just got fucking ear blasted.
Fuck.
Jesus.
Oh. Okay. Rewind a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the start of whatever Louis was saying.
It's the structure of the experiment is crucial, absolutely crucial here. And ecological psychologists showing a picture of a cup. I think that's what Matthew said, a picture of a cup or a real cup. That is a radically different experiment from the perspective of ecological psychologists. So, one of my worries is that I'm going to read these papers that come out. And I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would bet this is going to be the outcome. I'm going to read them and I'm going to ask myself, I'm going to pull out the last hairs on my head. Actually, they're probably just on my chin. I'm going to pull out my chin hairs and I'm going to keep saying to myself, why do they keep calling it ecological? Why do they keep saying they're studying affordances? Like, why? There are infinite words in the English language. Use different ones. Like, do your project. Study how, animals engage in the world with things that are meaningful to them. Awesome. It'll probably illuminate work in ecological psychology to some degree. But why? Dear God, why do you have to call it ecological neuroscience? And why do you have to say affordances? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I need to calm down. I'm calm. Okay.
I
I mean, he's
share
right.
that with, I have my own, like AI, the AI world, right? Like I was alluding to earlier, co-opting terms and stuff. And it's just, you sit there and I too, have very few hairs left on the top of my head or whatever, but it's aggravating. But beyond just being aggravating, like, well, then it's like, you got to get over yourself, not you, Louis, but me.
But like, bro, like, I guess the thing is that it's not like the terms. It's not just like the terms in themselves that is the issue here. It's what you're taking it from, right? Like, what are you taking these terms like from? And like, what were these terms actually used for?
Right. Right, like
That's the problem.
why did Gibson even feel the need to come up with that concept? Because there's this whole history, right?
Mhm.
That's so important.
Yeah, and like that's the problem. Like, that's what's like so like disgusting about just like taking it and just like lamenting it.
Yeah, and it's just like I said earlier, it's like our principles are superior, right? So but like then they're stealing the stuff, they're taking these terms, right?
Hmm.
And being like, oh, we can just talk about the encoding of affordances instead of talking about the encoding of all this infinite stuff here, all these infinite variables.
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? And it's like, why would you need to do that if your principles are superior? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes. Like, oh, it's like you're just trying to like salvage it.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking to myself, like, get over yourself and move on.
For yourself.
I had the thought, like, well,
No, I had to thought like,
maybe you guys should invent a new term and say, all right, well, I guess we're not studying affordances. If that's what they're going to call affordances, let's create a new term or something. I don't know what the solution is, aside from being frustrated.
I'm
Like there's just such a massive fucking like foil of difference between what the skinny bald guy is talking about when he's talking about stealing terms and what Louis is talking about. It's like very, very different.
yeah.
dating myself right now, but one of my favorite movies is Office Space. And one of the characters, his name's Michael Bolton, which is also the name of a singer. And he hates the singer. And his friend asked him, why don't you just change your name to Mike or something else? And he said, why should I be the one to change? He's the one that sucks.
I know.
Right? Like, so we already know what ecological means. We already know what affordances are, and we're already doing work that's integrated with neuroscience. Like, why should we change? I'm not saying they suck, but I'm just jealous. But yeah.
So I think, is Louis the most frustrated person or the most pessimistic with it?
Bro, Louis the most right, bro. Like he's like the most like, bro, I'm not fucking around here. Like bro, like
Like
I still can't
look at
stop.
bottom right is considering like, should I crash out right now? Vicente too, bro. But he too, him too. Look at his face, bro. He's like,
He's like,
shit.
shit, man, Louis got a point.
I've been holding it in. I can see it on their faces, bro.
They're like, oh yeah, bro, like yeah, we gotta
Like,
just like
like
destroy
would a
this
crash
guy.
out be valid right now?
Yes, yes. Like, would this be justified? Like, yeah.
Look at him looking up to the, just looking up.
Oh fuck.
Or cynical? Would it be cynicism or
I
pessimism that you?
I prefer the term pugilistic, but
I like pugilistic.
What does that mean?
Vicente, you're gonna continue to be invited to the parties, and Louis not.
No,
But Matthew's creating his own party, right? Is that the take home here?
Being
I
combative
gave
and
a
eager
talk
for a fight.
in
Okay.
Spain at the conference that Vicente organized. I was being accused so a member of the audience called me sort of like a romantic, in the sense that I felt I could convince mainstream researchers of the importance, of incorporating the body and the environment in their analyses of how the brain, produces cognition. So I feel like, yeah, I'm probably maybe I'm in between Louis and Vicente in this, and Vicente seems fairly okay with having people do what they do. Louis is frustrated. I feel like is saying like, I don't think it's going to work, and I'm a romantic.
I don't know
Like,
if that's
well, I'll
true.
do it.
Vicente has some scathing critiques, like some papers, some scathing critiques against the free energy hypothesis people.
Yeah, I guess that's why like I'm just kind of confused why Vicente is not being more combative. But
I don't know. He's probably I assumed he was saving it. You know.
like yeah, like I don't know, maybe you weren't really there for it, but like he was kind of like diplomatic, like political about it, I guess. And like I just don't like that.
We'll convince them and they'll join the party. But maybe I'm also a bit naive. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah. Okay.
maybe a positive point I can make is that this might be a really great time to develop ecological neuroscience. And the reason I say that is, in some ways, doing ecological neuroscience is a very data heavy, computational heavy, technologically heavy task.
Are you talking about like a real ecological neuroscience as you would have it done here? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's one that maintains, core principles of ecological psychology. And, the idea of saying, in the 1970s, 1960s, to say, oh, you need to study the whole organism environment system. Good luck, right? Like that's really hard to do. But the lessons were picked up, and this is what informed, embodied approaches. So then in the 90s, you started seeing embodied cognition and things like that becoming important. And I think in the last 5 to 10 years, I'm seeing the word embodiment pop up in various neuroscience papers I read, and I was really thrilled to see this paper that was mentioning terms like optic flow, and they were really, they were studying mice running on these little balls, and they were really concerned with having the environmental information structured in an ecological way, and by ecological they meant a Gibsonian way, and I was like, wow, that's really awesome. Where I think neuroscience has excelled is in this tool development. So they've been really, moving ahead on data analyses, computational power, all this kinds of stuff. And then we just see, I think, in the behavioral sciences writ large, a lot of multimodal setup. Vicente has talked about that a number of times. Matthew does a multimodal setup as well in his lab. And so to do organism environment systems is to do a multimodal setup. And so I think there's this nice little point where we're getting at where, neuroscience is giving us great tech. And then, the ecological principles are getting to a point where we can, do it better. We can do it more. Now, it's not just, asking people to give verbal reports, whether they can step on a step, or something like that, and then basing, our claims about ecological information on that. But no, we can measure skin conductance, EEG, FNIRS, all this kinds of stuff, and we can tell a more embodied picture. I'm putting my pugil stick down, and I think maybe this is a nice time in history to be an ecological psychologist that cares about brains. I don't want to speak for Vicente or Matthew on that regard, but that's my maybe positive take.
I do. I do agree. I do agree. I think we are in a situation in which we can do things that we
I
couldn't
mean,
do
look how
just
much he's
10 years ago.
missing when he ignores the thermodynamic stuff. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's just crazy how much he's missing, right? It's just like, why are you taking these measurements in the first place, right? Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are these like, are you even tackling the problem with the right metrics, with the right tools, or do you need to develop new metrics, right? Because that's what optic flow is, right? It's a new geometry, right? It's an ecological geometry, right? And that's what tensegrity is, biotensegrity, right? These kind of things, right? That's what ecological geometry and ecological physics, right?
Mhm.
It's we take the successful perception and action and we take that as the standard for developing, right? The metrics, right? The tools, right? The physics and mathematics, right?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to approach it with already like a physics and mathematics and tools for studying the brain, you know? You get what I'm saying? Like like
Yeah.
instead of doing
It
that,
was
like
yeah.
we develop tools for studying perception and action. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, it was so customary. I mean, even just learning about some of the history with Descartes, it was like, they just kind of looked at the retina and the brain, and then they were like, okay, now we can move on to perception from the brain. But then they just couldn't, they just couldn't do it.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I don't agree with what Louis like. I don't agree with Louis's optimism about the tools that have developed in neuroscience, right? For studying like some ecological problems, right? Definitely not.
Yeah, the only grandness is just like the sheer amount and
Like
the
like
fucking like
instead,
complexity.
I look at things like Kelty Stephen, right? His like stuff about multifractal analysis and the methods he's developing for studying behavior there. I
Mhm.
look at that. I look at what Dabari is doing, right, with electrochemical dissipative structures and explaining them, right, in thermodynamic terms and in terms of like, uh literally like the fourth law, like applying he literally applies the fourth law in some of his papers and
Mhm.
explaining it, right? And he uses it to talk about like uh really really cool stuff. Like literally the physics that was already pioneered by Kugler and Turvey, he's carrying it forward. Kugler, Kelso, and Turvey, right? So you see a lot of stuff that he's carrying forward from like their work, right? And so like I look at that, right? I'm like, that's where the real progress is gonna happen. That's where the real progress is happening, right? And then so I don't
Mhm.
sympathize with Louis here with what he's saying. You get what I mean? Especially
Yeah,
me going into biotech, I need to like you saw all that stuff.
like I
I mean
don't really know
that
by what
like
standard.
that quote I was posting about biomathematics.
The role of the mathematician.
Yeah, like there's this all these problems for the mathematician, the
To
young
look at.
mathematician in
Yeah,
in biological sciences.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know really by what standard Luis could say that they're like good at making tools. Like what standard will we even judge that on?
Precision, but precision is relative.
Hmm.
I think we are in a good situation. That
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that there is, right, an increase in people who are not necessarily maybe brought up
Louis just trying to get the guy on the top left. He's trying to get his hopes up. That's what he's doing.
in the ecological, that didn't have the Socratic, hellscape meetings, but who are, yeah, doing stuff like having mice run on balls. And yeah, there's an increase in people also that are a little further from the core of the community doing work that really fits with the ecological principles. Yeah.
Matthieu has used this term escape hatch in some of his writing to refer to how neuroscientists sort of, I don't know if weasel out or get out of accepting what for more better or worse is called like a radical embodied view of cognition. So Matthieu, I just wanted you to speak to that a little bit on, because we're talking about the dynamics between like how neuroscientists might or might not use the correct or incorrect forms of ecological psychology concepts. So what is this escape hatch that you've written about?
The way I would describe it is sort of like the fact that the brain, the body, and the environment are extremely tightly integrated means that if you sort of wiggle anywhere in that system, it's going to show up. It's going to have an effect all across the system. And so, as a concrete example, in my lab, I did a study looking at mental rotation, and I wanted to manipulate, the non-neural body. So I did that by restricting hand movement, even though hands were not, strictly speaking, involved in this task. It was a mental rotation task. And restricting the hand movements had an effect on the ability to mentally rotate. And the escape hatch would be to say that, well, so your body is attached to your brain, and by restricting your hand movements, that is going to have an effect on what is happening in the brain. And so you might want to make the case that that hand restriction is sort of causally involved in, or that those hands are constitutively involved in the mental rotation, given that if you restrict them, mental rotation abilities change. But what really happens is that that changes something about brain activity, and in the end, it's really the brain itself, maybe, body and brain representations or something like that, that are here, that explain the effects that we see on mental rotation. So it's sort of like it's I think related to what Vicente said in his Forgotten Tales paper that I reread yesterday. The sort of the there and back again. Some mainstream neuroscientists will sort of try to incorporate ideas from embodiment, and then once it comes time to explain, they go right back to just talking about the brain. The escape hatch is like not, I think, there and back again. It's people who will say, "You're going there? That's crazy," or like, "You don't need to go there because we can just talk about the brain." any kind of effect in the body, any kind of thing that happens in the environment shows up in the brain, and we stipulate that it must be in the brain, where the real cognition kind of happens. It's not necessarily, there's sort of like I think a thinking error there, in the sense that, like you have this wider system and you just point to one part of it to say, well, that's where the real, constituent of cognition is. But that's what I meant by the escape hatch.
So it's sort of like what I was describing earlier. A neuroscientist can always just say, well, that's fine about the body and the environment, but it's in the brain. But, so yeah, it's a short version of that.
Paul,
yeah.
did you actually? I'm asking everyone. Paul, in particular, did you see this recent Nature commentary? The group of authors, a couple of them are philosophers, there's a computer scientist and a physicist, and basically what they're saying is the debate over AGI is done. We're there. There's a quote unquote cascade of evidence, and now it's the issue is really now how do we deal with and part of the paper included a response to criticisms. And one of the criticisms was, you can't have intelligence unless you're embodied. And the response was, sorry, I have to collect myself for this. The response was, look at Stephen Hawking.
What?
He is quadriplegic and, he's told us so much about the universe and this and that. And he doesn't have a body. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what they're saying. He doesn't have, he's a floating head. And
What?
I nearly choked on my
That's
chocolate
crazy.
milk. I was just like, what?
Yo, I had to take a call, so I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, let me go back to whatever Louis. Yeah, let me go back to the start of what Luis was saying, because that's like crazy, man.
Saying is,
That's
the
horrible.
debate over AGI is done.
Dude, like it reminds me so much of what we've said about like about like what we said about like how like if you believe the world is flat, like you're just gonna deny people going around like the fucking earth. Like it
Actually,
reminds me so
everyone.
much.
In particular, did you see this recent Nature commentary? The group of authors, a couple of them are philosophers, there's a computer
Yeah,
scientist.
just give me 1 second, and
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
rewind to that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's like sick. That like
Okay. All right, I'm back. I can look at it.
all right.
The group of authors, a couple of them are philosophers, there's a computer scientist and a physicist. And basically what they're saying is the debate over AGI is done. We're there. There's a quote unquote cascade of evidence. And now it's the issue is really now how do we deal with and part of the paper included a response to criticisms. And one of the criticisms was, you can't have intelligence unless you're embodied. And the response was, sorry, I have to collect myself for this. The response was, look at Stephen Hawking. He is quadriplegic and, he's told us so much about the universe and this and that. And he doesn't have a body. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what they're saying. He doesn't have, he's a floating head. And I
Dude, that's
nearly
crazy.
choked on my chocolate milk. I was just like, what is
Oh, I didn't hear anything,
a
bro.
real
Sorry.
spark.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh my goodness. Fucking yo.
The group of authors, couple
Can
of
you just not hear, or were you what's going on?
No, I was looking at a text message.
Oh, okay.
Philosophers, there's a computer scientist and a physicist. And basically what they're saying is
Shit.
the debate over AGI is done. We're there. There's a quote unquote cascade of evidence. And now it's the issue is really, how do we deal with
Do you need a second?
and part of the paper included a response to criticisms.
I
One of
just
the
had to
criticisms
see
was
when I
you
got
can't have
this. My new phone. Okay. All right, I'm good. Sorry.
All right, yeah.
And part of the paper included a response to criticisms. And one of the criticisms was you can't have intelligence unless you're embodied. And the response was, sorry, I have to collect myself for this.
This is
The
insane.
response was, look at Stephen Hawking. He is quadriplegic and, he's told us so much about the universe and this and that. And he doesn't have a body. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what they're saying. He doesn't have, he's a floating head. And I nearly choked on my chocolate milk. I was just like, what is this is for real. This is a for real response. Stephen Hawking wasn't born in a wheelchair, right? Stephen Hawking lived a life where he could ambulate and, and all these things. And yeah, so this idea, even and I think this is key to like the AI world is like, well, it's just this center module of thinking that does the thinking. And in humans, that center module is the brain, and that's what does the thinking. And you could basically cut off all your limbs; they will be nothing but scratches. But really,
Yeah,
what
what did you
matters is
say? What did you say people say? It's like a brain in a vat knows the laws of logic or whatever.
Yeah.
the thinking in the head. And so, yeah, I don't know. I was just curious if you guys had seen that.
I have, yeah.
I mean, can you send it to me when we're done here? Yeah.
I had a similar
That's
reaction
crazy,
when I read
bro.
that part. There are other parts that are similar, but that one, like disembodied minds. Look at Stephen Hawking. Never had a body. And I don't know how to feel about it.
Well, that
So
actually is a little bit related. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, so, it's bleeding, this view is bleeding out from the cognitive psychology to the neuroscience, the AI. And so the commitments just kind of drip into the next field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I want to end on a little speculation here, if you'll allow me. All right. So in ecological psychology, there's, a lot of the work has been done on catching a pop fly, catching a fly ball, right? Determining whether you can fit through a doorway based on its width and the stimulus available in the environment, etc. So, and yet, but we know our mental world is rich, and we can think of pink elephants and so let's say I'm sitting in a room by myself, and I have a paper and pencil, right, and I'm writing a short story about a pink elephant. Um, and then at some point I decide to stop writing a short story. I'm going to start writing a haiku or some other task, right? And there's nothing in the environment that caused me to do this. Yes, I can
How
see the
did you
pencil
know that?
moving. I'm holding the pencil. It's moving
How do you
across
know
the
that,
paper.
bro?
So there is a body involved. There's movement involved, and yes, there is ambient arrays of energy within my visual stream or visual availability. But somehow I internally like switch my task, right, from writing a short story to a haiku, and eventually those rich sort of mental capacities need to be explained, and that's part of I know that ecological psychology is more concerned with perception, right, and movement.
But like, bro, it can be explained. Like, we can explain that. It doesn't have to be like the brain.
And moving through space and perceiving ambient energy arrays. But so here's my speculative question to you guys. And as Louis, notes and argues that we need to start taking complex systems science seriously if we want to understand the brain's contribution to brain body environment organism, environment, systems. Is the brain complex enough, or here's the bottom line question, without setting it up so much. Can we generate our own affordances? Can the brain generate its own affordances? And would that be some pathway
The
into
fuck does that
an
even
account
mean?
of
Bro, can we generate levitation affordances? I have to know. I have to know. Can the brain do that?
our rich mental thinking apparatus and capacities, right? Thinking of the brain and the mind as a self-organized complex system which can generate its own constraints, which have then this top-down sort of effect on the activity at the lower levels, etc. So thinking of the brain as like sort of a self-organized, autopoietic, self-constraint generating complex system, what trouble do I run into if I start to think about it in terms of that? Well, that's how we should think about thinking. Like, well, the brain is just generating its own affordances. Does that sound ridiculous from your standpoints?
Yes. That
Well,
sounds absurd.
there's a paper that got a little bit of fame within philosophy, was published in Mind, I don't know, a few years ago, that was called Mental Affordances. And it was not the brain, but the mind at the end, kind of the same thing, talking about that. I mean, I wouldn't call that affordance, because, again, I have, I think, an orthodox view on what an affordance should be. I understand how, in a more liberal view of affordances, some people might use it that way.
We don't have to use the term affordance, but
Yeah.
let's say constraints, whatever, like something
Yeah.
available to process.
Yeah. So I would say that there are kind of two questions there, I think. One is that are there mental events that have their origin in internally, kind of say like the intention of changing from a story to a haiku? Is that something that I generate within me? Is that intention there? I think intentions are tricky. Nobody really has a very good explanation of how they appear. I would say that that
Oh, I
that
think, yeah.
that
What?
we shouldn't discard that there's that the intention is the
That's
product
just not
of a
true.
complex
See
information.
what he misses. What he misses when he misses the thermodynamic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the definitely like changing tasks is definitely explainable. Like we could definitely explain that. And it's like with
Oh my
the
god! I keep getting a call.
you good?
Oh man, sorry. Fucking person keeps calling me.
But yeah, I
But
mean,
I'm good. Yeah.
we could definitely explain like the changing of a task. And it's like to like assume like you're just kind of jumping to conclusions whenever you're just like, oh well, that changing of tasks, that's like a mental thing. Like it has to be because like it's the same thing with like memory. People think like memory is stored because it's like, oh
Mhm.
well, I can't see memory out there, and it's just
When
like,
changing task is literally a matter of
oh yeah,
like like looking at the fucking like the tip of the stick. You know what I mean? Like looking over here.
hmm.
Like going to explore over here. You know.
But yeah, just obviously it's like another one of those things where it's like, well, are you like sure? Like think really hard about this.
Things outside, even if you are not aware of it, right? Even some trigger while you write, and the writing itself is kind of looping inside and makes you change. That's a possibility. I don't know if we have a lot to say about that. I'm actually writing about intentions right now, and I'm not sure if I'm making any sense. Um, but the other question is to me is whether this is a question for ecological psychology, right? What's the scope of ecological psychology? And I have days, 3 days per week. I think that ecological psychology is a theory of perception, and that's it. And there are other things that we cannot explain. There, I have 2 days every week because I don't work on the weekend as Spaniard, and that I think no, maybe we should have an ecological account of everything, right? Of mental life.
He's drinking again.
We'll see. I don't think we will have an account of mental life with only the resources we have now.
Yeah.
We will probably need to implement other things within ecological psychology to do that. I think this can be the origin of a wider theory that accounts for those things. I just don't have an answer.
Yeah, I would completely agree that we don't have a sufficient set of concepts, to account for something like that. I think both sort of concepts are more sort of like affordances and information, but maybe also concepts related to characterizing brain contributions, to these kinds of phenomena. The way I see a lot of the sort of concepts that we use to describe brain dynamics in the ecological neuroscience field are sort of like general concepts, more abstract, so not zooming in on a specific affordance event, but more general, like synergy, soft assembly, what a degeneracy, interaction dominance. I mean, all kinds of concepts. What I'm thinking about a lot right now is are there ways to make it more specific? I think in the mainstream view, there is this, also general concept, right, of computation and representation. But those, and those are descriptions of neural processes as they relate to cognition. But those can be made nicely concrete in sort of like convincing ways, like what does, if you have a lesion in Broca's area, why do you have speech production issues? Because sort of the specific computations and representations that are hanging out over there are impacted. But as far as I can tell, the neural concepts that fit better with sort of an ecological neuroscience story are not able at this point to go more specific, whether it be for perception action or for some of the sort of, other things that you mentioned, Paul, like, thinking about haikus or something like that. That's something that I think we're missing. So I think maybe we're missing, I think we're missing both sort of concepts that allow us to characterize brain contributions, but maybe also bigger, even more abstract concepts like affordances. I don't know if we can apply, I'm with Vicente that I'm not sure if we can apply the affordance concept to haikus. And so what other type of ecological concept could work to help us explain that? I think in the end, it should be this non-representational, non-computational view, the view that brain dynamics happen in physical bodies and environments. That must be a story about everything, not just about perception action, but also about everything else that humans can do. But I don't think we have the concepts at all to explain it ecologically.
Yeah,
7 days a week. You think that? Vicente, did you want to
7 days a week.
respond just to 7 days a week? Yeah, I mean, so
7 days. Oh my god.
No, 5, 6 sometimes.
5-ish.
Yeah, but I was just pointing out the sort of definitiveness of, yes, it does need to be a theory of everything, not a theory of everything, but more encompassing. And I don't know, you're okay with that? Sorry, Louis, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but Vicente, you're
Yeah, I mean,
2 days a week. You're
Yes, I think I think that is it. If it ends up being just a theory of perception, action, and perception and the perceptual control of action, I think that's good enough. Ideally, I think it can be the origin of, as I said, a wider theory that is able to encompass this other capacity.
Louis, what were you gonna?
Yeah, no, I mean, I generally agree with both of them. My response is usually, well, why are we expecting ecological psychology to do more than it set itself out to do, which is perception action first and foremost. Um, Eleanor Gibson, St. Jimmy's wife, I think expanded the general framework to development, child development, things like that. So I think there are resources to go beyond, just perception action. Um, I'm hesitant when it goes beyond perception action and it compromises the core principles, then I'm just like, well, it's just not ecological psychology anymore, or it's just being inspired by ecological psychology, and that's fine. But I think a lot of these general approaches to intelligence in general, like ecological psychology, perhaps enactivism, for example, embodied cognition, a constant critique is, well, you're just talking about, the basic ways of being in the world, but can you scale up? So the scaling up problem, can you scale this up to, real cognition or higher order cognition or, something like that? And, yeah, I don't know, going back, maybe, I'm not sure. I don't have to. Um, Not with what ecological psychology set out to do. But I think if it is going to make connection with these more higher order phenomena, say imagination or something like that, I think it'll more likely be that
I really don't even
whatever
understand the
theory is
question Paul's
posited
trying to
for
get after.
accounting
Like,
those phenomena will be consistent with ecological psychology and not necessarily be ecological psychology itself. So whatever the brain's doing, maybe there are some brain centric phenomena. Um, Fine, give that account. You might need different words. Matthew was talking about, synergies, interaction dominance, all these different kinds of concepts that ecological psychologists tend to be friendly to. Those could probably scale up to the brain as well and don't have to compromise on, the brain body environment for perception action um, story that is being told.
I just realized we'll have to do this again in 3 years when those papers are coming out. That would be fun. And to my question at the end and all of your responses, if only there was a single person we could ask about, like, who would that be? Who would solve this? Oh yeah, St. Jimmy, the only person that matters.
Thank
No,
you.
just
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Read
All
the
right.
gospel.
Read the
the
gospel. That's right. Thank you for doing this and discussing these things.
I don't know. I think Gibson would blame this guy.
Obviously, there's a lot more to discuss, and it will be fun, I think and hope, to revisit these things moving forward once we see some of the results out of the new ecological neuroscience.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Paul, maybe we can have a firestorm debate with some of those people at some point.
that would be great. We will see. We will see if they will agree to come on. And I mean, I should say, like, that's how this conversation started, or the setup for this conversation was we were going to have a little bit of back and forth, but it didn't work out on the other end. So we've had some forth and not back instead for now. So anyway, nice to see you all, Matthew. Nice to meet you, and thanks for coming on.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thanks for having
Thanks
us.
for having me. Yeah.
Bro, that was crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
Oh, dude. Bro, if Gibson saw this, bro, he would be like, he would just be like, man, fuck all these guys, bro. These fucking ecological neuroscientists, man, what are they doing? Bro, there were some really good moments. I still can't stop thinking about the thing that Louis said about the 1 million wrong neuroscientists. That was
Yeah,
really
that was
good.
pretty great. Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like ordering something right now. Instead of getting food, I just decided to order some shit.
Why are you pop? Bro, we got a pop quiz for me, bro. Let's go.
We got a pop quiz.
Yes, there's something very important though that was said as well about like the individual tissues. But bro, I mean like I mean memory has been like a problem for me for all my life. Like I'm not surprised that I forget some things and I have to go back.
What the fuck is this, bro? It's okay.
Oh, the Socratic hellscapes. I'm in for the Socratic hellscapes now. That they were talking about in the debate.
Okay. All right. Honestly, like
What's up?
I don't know. I think I might have to go, bros. But like, unless you want to say something really quick, you want to talk about something really quick.
Um, I mean, I guess like just I mean that I thought that was a really good debate. There was a lot of high moments in there.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, I think everybody had like a pretty good performance there, and while I would have liked to see like more moments like what Favela did, like I guess there's like I can kind of see why maybe it wasn't like that the whole time because they're I don't know trying to be like more professional. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I guess like well, what do you think? What are your like final thoughts about it?
I mean, I feel like I said like I need to say really
That's fair.
everything I could say. You know. It's weird.
But all right, that was that. So I guess if you want to go, if you need to go, then we can wrap things up.
Yeah, low key, I gotta go.
All right, sounds good.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
You.